ask everyone to find a seat. Our program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and you must clear the aisles. We're in violation of the Fire Marshal Code. You must clear both aisles. As a reminder, delegate seating is available on the floor and on the bleachers to either side of the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, you must clear the aisles. Hospitality suites for Emily and for Bernie and Hillary and for the House and Senate Democrats. How many people had a good time last night? Did Portland put on a good party? All right. So this is what today is going to look like. We have just a few matters of business to discuss before we get through all kinds of things that we have to do around caucuses. So we're going to do the best we can going through the rules and going through the platform. And I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to explain everything to you as best to my abilities. And we're going to get through this, right? All right. So let's please stand as the Portland Police Department presents the colors.
Present arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Kelly Caulfield to the stage.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. States of America. We stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order one. Right face.
I want to thank the Portland Police Department, Color Guard, and Kelly Caulfield for that wonderful rendition of the national anthem. At this time, I would like to introduce Bob Wake of Cumberland, the chair of the Rules Committee, to make the report. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you all. I would like the Rules Committee members here in attendance to stand up because they've done a lot of hard work over the last 2 years and also yesterday, and I'd like to express our appreciation to the committee. The first item of business is to reaffirm last night's vote to adopt some technical amendments to the rules that before we get to the matters to be presented by petition. So a summary of these amendments can be found on page 22 of your convention program. If you are interested, I'd like to ask the chair to call for the motion.
Is there a motion to approve the proposed standing rules?
Not the proposed standing rules. To ratify the rules adopted by the state committee and the two proposals proposed by the rules committee dealing with the business of the convention committees and correcting technical errors. Not the petitions. They are summarized on page 22 and printed throughout the program.
That's the motion. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. No? The ayes have it.
And now we have two amendments that were presented by petition. They drew an unprecedented amount of interest. We had a very lively, productive, and thorough committee hearing yesterday, and I would like to express my appreciation for everybody who contributed to this. The first petition would add a statewide lottery for the promotion of alternates to the state convention in the event that the countywide lotteries left some counties with unfilled vacancies and other counties with unpromoted alternates. After hearing the arguments on both sides, the Committee on Rules strongly supported the sentiments behind the rule, but because of the unintended consequences of geographic balance, of having people vote in county matters from counties other than their own, and with the emergency proposal, concern at changing the rules after people have come to the convention under the process. You will have a chance to vote on this, but the Committee on Rules did unanimously recommend not to pass on the First Amendment. The second petition would require Maine's entire National Convention delegation. That's including the unpledged party leaders that are often called superdelegates. We've heard a lot about whether the term superdelegates is itself demeaning to these party leaders, and I'm using it only because people know what that term means and they don't necessarily know what unpledged party leader and the elected official delegates are unless they are real insiders. But this would require the entire delegation, including the so-called superdelegates, to be allocated among the presidential preferences in the same proportion as the state convention delegates elected by the municipal party. This rule would only take effect in 2020 because of strong concerns about fairness given the current allocation that's already been set up and approved. However, the proposed rules change strongly urges the existing unpledged party leaders to meet and confer voluntarily to apportion their own national convention votes in the basically 2-to-1 Bernie Sanders proportions. That will be discussed when this amendment is debated. I'm sure in particular Representative Russell will have something to say on this. Finally, it would direct our national committee representatives to promote reform measures of this type. And the Rules Committee, not unanimously but strongly recommended that this amendment ought to pass. Turn it over to the chair for the conduct of the vote on these rules and the debate on these rules. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Wake, for that great report. So here is how the process is going to work. If you wish to debate a proposed amendment by petition, please go to the nearest microphones. You'll see Representative Russell at one of them. I will recognize you by stating the microphone number. There's 1 or 2, pretty easy stuff. Please make sure you state your name, your home county. Please indicate to the convention the proposed amendment that you are going to be debating. According to our rules that we just adopted, the chair will call for the convention vote, and the motion must be seconded by at least 1/5 of the delegates present to move on to debate. According to our rules, no one may speak for more than 2 minutes, and you all appreciate that. There will be no more than 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against, after which the chair will ask if the convention wishes to continue debate. If at least 1/3 of the delegates present and voting favor to continue debate, then an additional 3 speakers may be heard for each side, followed by another opportunity to continue debate. If a vote to continue debate fails, the amendment shall be brought to an immediate vote. So just to be very clear, the rules state that 1/5 of the delegates present must second the motion to debate a proposed amendment. Then we will move to debate. If more than 3 people on each side wish to continue debate, the chair will inquire wishes the convention wants to continue debate. Are we ready? All right, we're going to take one at a time. And we are going to start with the second petition, which would require Maine's entire National Convention delegation, including unpledged party leaders, so-called superdelegates, to be allocated among presidential preferences in the same proportion as the state convention delegates elected at the municipal caucuses beginning in 2020. I now go to microphone 1.
Is this on? My name is Representative Diane Russell. Welcome to my district. I am the sponsor of the amendment to change the superdelegate system and make it more fair once and for all.
The chair understands that the delegate from Cumberland, Representative Russell, has made a motion to adopt Amendment 2. Is there a second to that motion? I got it. The motion has been seconded. I would ask, perfect. The chair recognizes the delegate from Cumberland, Representative Russell, and again, you will have 2 minutes.
I will go fast. The reason that I put this in is that we have heard from people all across the state of how frustrated they are that you can actually have a popular vote where 63% of the delegates go to one candidate, and yet superdelegates are not voting in proportion to that. I want to fix it. There are 3 components to this amendment. I tried to be fair, and I tried to think about this from a moderated perspective. I may be overruled in a few minutes, but hear me out. The amendment does three things. 1, in 2020, it changes the rules permanently going forward, requiring that all delegates get allocated in proportion to the popular vote. I have 2 minutes, and don't clap too often. 2, in 2016, it sends a strong message from the convention requesting very politely that we make sure that our superdelegates actually vote this year in accordance with the popular vote. 3, it would direct our Democratic National Committee members to work at the national level once and for all to eliminate the superdelegate system altogether. Count me out on the 2 minutes because of the applause.
I certainly will, Representative Russell.
I'll keep going. I am hopeful. I think this is a fair path forward. The reason we chose 2020 is twofold. 1, I personally do not believe that we should change the rules of the game in the middle of the election. I know that there are people that disagree with me, but that is why we put in the 2016 strong suggestion. 2nd, there is a very real possibility.
Representative Russell, please defer.
End of story.
Thank
Please
you.
vote.
Thank you. The chair recognizes microphone 2. Please state your name and what county you're from.
My name is Lynn Luzzy. I'm from Knox County. Good morning. Superdelegates. We trusted these people when we voted them into their legislature and party leadership roles. In fulfilling their roles, they've garnered experience, wisdom, and knowledge about what it takes to deliver good governance and strong leadership. Excuse me, I'm still speaking. This proposal would deprive us of that knowledge when selecting our presidential candidate. This is still a democracy, so I would like to be able to finish my 2 minutes. Thank you. This proposal would make superdelegates redundant with the popular vote. And we see how well only having the popular vote has served the Republicans. So for that reason, this proposal should be rejected. We don't want to become the Republican Party. Thank you for your attention.
The chair would remind all, and I probably didn't do a good enough job at this, when you come up and state your name and county, please tell the convention whether you're supporting the amendment or opposing the amendment. I'm going to make the assumption that Ms. Leslie was opposing the amendment. So now we have 1 for and 1 against. Again, when we get to 3 for or against, I'm going to ask if the side that doesn't have 3, if anyone else wants to speak, and then we will ask if we want to continue debate. All right, so I'm going to go to microphone 1. Please state your name, your county, and whether you're supporting the amendment or opposing the amendment.
Brigham McNaughton from Freeport in Cumberland County. I support the amendment. Representative Russell talked about unpledged delegates. We heard a comment about superdelegates potentially being derogatory. I want to spend a second thinking about what we mean by superdelegates and why we call them that. If you do the math, each of our 5 superdelegates will cast a vote equivalent to nearly 2,000 Mainers. Combined, we're talking about 5 people casting votes equal to 9,000 Maine Democrats. You can see why we're passionate about this issue. To help inform this convention in this debate, because I think some people would like to see a debate of whether this could be effective this year, I move to have the convention chair exercise standing rules 3 and 4 to briefly suspend debate and invite Maine superdelegates as guests to the stage to inform this convention of their presidential preference at this time.
Advise the delegation that the chair is going to rule that motion out of order. If you'd like to continue debate, you still have 59 seconds. Please continue.
In Freeport, at our caucus, I motioned to ask the superdelegates to align with the popular vote. To my surprise, my caucus amended it to compel the superdelegates and passed it overwhelmingly. And no good deed goes unpunished. They elected me as a delegate to deliver that message. Millennials are the largest cohort in America today. They are sharply more progressive. They buy local. They care about our planet. Have you noticed how passionately they give elected but they are sharply less trusting than other generations. They value authenticity, and nothing smells more inauthentic than a rigged system where 5 people replace the votes of so many. We have a chance right now to welcome 9,000 Mainers to embrace the next generation of Democrats, our progressive generation, and send a message across
The chair would defer. The delegate will defer. The delegate will defer. The delegate will defer. Thank you, sir. The delegate will defer. Your 2 minutes are up. Their 2 minutes are up. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I will go now to microphone 2. Please state your name, county, and whether you're supporting the amendment or opposing the amendment. Thank you.
I am Diane from Falmouth, delegate from Falmouth, and I am supporting this amendment. I'd also like to motion to vote on the amendment and have it take effect immediately. Have a second. Yes, ma'am.
So the chair would like to make sure that everyone in this convention understands what I'm going to say next. Everyone knows and knew, or now will know going forward, that if you wanted to change a proposed rule, you needed to submit it 2 weeks before this convention.
We have an amendment process in the rules.
Those amendments were submitted. The amendment that we are talking about was submitted in proper fashion.
Point of information, was there an amendment submitted requesting the same rules be effective this year by myself?
The party was advised that this amendment was withdrawn.
Point of information was my withdrawal because I spoke with Representative Russell who said we could vote on hers being effective here on the floor. Yes, it was. Otherwise, I would have left it in place.
So, again, to the convention, we are voting on Representative Russell's amendment.
We have to do it now.
The two petitions, one was an extensive petition with several provisions that was previously described. The other petition amendment was a one-paragraph petition that was proposed by Brigham McNaughton, and that petition would also, under the rules of the party, have gone into effect in 2020 because the rules of the party say that unless they are expressly proposed and adopted as emergency amendments, they go into effect at the end of the convention. Unlike the delegate Moderate petition, Mr. McNaughton's petition did not have an emergency clause in it. So that one also, even if his understanding, even if his own intent was to try to adopt it immediately, the way it was submitted, it would have gone into effect in the normal manner at the close of the convention. But after discussions between Brigham McNaughton and Diane Russell, he had agreed to withdraw his petition. It is unfortunate if you thought the understanding was that this was going to be voted on as an emergency. Party leadership and the Rules Committee were not told that there was any understanding that there was agreement to allow this as an emergency.
Amend your amendment.
Amendments that are submitted by petition cannot be amended. How you can do what you want to do involves several things. One of them involves going against the approved delegate selection plan and being willing to have the representation of the National Convention reduced for as a penalty for violating the national rules that preempt this. But the other way to do what you want to do is to propose it in April. The rules are deliberately designed so that you cannot make quick decisions to amend the charter of the party on the fly when people haven't had a chance to look at it. I'm sorry that that's the way the rule of law works. I know it's frustrating. I was never a millennial, but I was young and energetic once. I was
Yes, sir. I'll repeat what he's saying. So the gentleman just asked, and in the future we will make sure that anyone goes to a microphone, but he was sitting right here, and both Bob and I were listening intently. So the question is, the gentleman is wondering if the amendment, which is out of order, can't go forward. He would like to know, and I'm sure some of you would like to know, whether or not the intention of the superdelegates is to follow the will of the people, the will of Maine voters.
I would say that that's premature because this amendment has not been adopted yet, but I am sure that if this amendment passes, there will be a process by which the superdelegates do meet and confer in compliance with these rules. And in some public process, but that hasn't been established yet.
Robert's Rules of Order, which allows for friendly amendments.
Robert's Rules of Order do not mention something called a friendly amendment. I don't think even if it did, this would be in connection with would be friendly to the sponsor. And finally, there is specific process for amending fundamental documents like the party charter, and I know it's frustrating that process says that it takes time and they cannot be amended on the fly in the same manner as ordinary resolutions of a club or other body governed by Robert's Rules. I'm sorry.
So, just to set the stage here, we've heard 3 people for the proposed amendment. Does the convention wish to continue debate? Do I hear a second? All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. So, I'm going to ask both of the delegates that are at the microphone, you've already spoken. You both are done. Thank you. I'm going to go to microphone number 1. Representative Russell, go ahead. This is a point of order. Go ahead.
I am confused as to whether this would, if I, as the sponsor, allowed a friendly amendment, if that was possible. I'm confused as to whether or not that is If it is not considered a friendly amendment, I understand that, but if I were to change my position and make it a friendly amendment, I would be curious to see if that would be legal.
Friendly amendments are not legal because this is not simply a resolution of the body. It's an amendment to the charter of the Maine Democratic Party, which requires 2 weeks written notice before that can be submitted to the convention.
That's fine. I just wanted to know so that everybody, myself included, was clear that done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to what I'm calling microphone number 2. Please state your name, county, and whether you're supporting or opposing the proposed amendment.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance. My name is Justin Beth. I am with Cumberland County, and I support Diane Russell's amendment to the rules for the superdelegates. I spoke to this a little bit yesterday in the Rules Committee meeting. I spoke to reply to Lynn, who spoke earlier. And right now, there's a lot of frustration about the superdelegates. And that's the reason why Diane crafted a very good amendment to the rules. It's very reasonable if looked at. So right now, we have a lot of division in our party, as you're seeing. And we need unity. Now, a lot of people have been talking about that unity. And Maine decided that Bernie Sanders was the candidate that Maine really wanted. So we would like the party to unite behind Bernie Sanders. This amendment, this amendment to the rules change would help unite that party behind our candidate of choice. Now, adding another amendment at this point may cause more difficulty than the benefits of the original bill, the original amendment proposed by Dan Russell. So I move that we close debate on this issue and just vote on Diane Russell's original statement.
Just by way of information, there was a motion that was made and seconded to extend debate, but that debate is on Diane Russell's original amendment. I really feel like an old establishment fuddy-duddy here, and I'm sorry. I am old, but hey, so's Bernie. I was just thinking, as I was trying to defend our rule against amending the party charter on the fly, what I had a flashback of was the 2012 Republican convention, where they tried to do just that. We don't want to be that. So it's frustrating, it's slow, but it's better for democracy. Thank you.
I will go to, we have extended debate, so we're going to allow 3 people for and 3 people against, and then we'll go and take another motion whether we want to continue debate or end debate. I'm going to go to, I believe, microphone number 1, my left, your right side. Yep, go ahead, ma'am.
Vivian Powell from York County, and I make a motion to suspend the Maine Democratic rules to allow the amendment.
The motion is out of order. If you wish to continue, you have a minute and 50 seconds to continue.
Thank you. I do support this amendment. No one is super. We're all even. We're all in this together. And I've always fought for people who think they're better than other people, and superdelegates is that. It's not fair to anyone who runs for office when you're front and loaded with superdelegates before you even start. Let's get a fair vote. One vote, one person.
Chair would ask the delegate on microphone number 2 to state their name, county, and whether they support the amendment or oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Douglas Hall. I'm representing South Portland in Cumberland County, and I'm a delegate for Bernie Sanders. I am supporting Diane Russell's amendment to send a strong message and future action against the superdelegate system. I'm angry about superdelegates. You're angry about superdelegates. Not all of you, but a lot of you. I want to speak to a slight word of caution. I understand the passion and the drive to send the stronger message, the stronger move, to try to make this happen now. It is really understandable. And if I thought it had a zero or a low risk to the success of my candidate, to be honest with you, I'd be all for it. If we were to change this in some way, as some of the 4 amendments have been trying to make happen, we would present a wide opportunity for the National Committee to chastise us, so to speak, in some way, and to limit our delegation. In other words, to take away delegates. In 2008, this happened in 2 states, as I recall, where they're severely limited in how their delegates are able to participate, vote, and count. So we're not just discounting delegates, that's us here. We're discounting voters who voted to get us here. And more to the point, there's a possibility that at the convention, it's going to come down to every one delegate who decides who's the nominee. I'm not willing to risk any of my, our, his delegates. The rule change, the petition to rule change as written. Thank you.
So we've now heard from 3 delegates in support of this amendment. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? All right, these folks who have their hands up, they need to come to the front of the line because we need to have balance. We all believe in balance. So we're going to have 3 speakers speak against, and then I will then call the question if we want to continue this debate. So the gentleman, please state your name and your county and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
My name is Glenn Black.
The delegate will continue on the microphone.
Okay. My name is Glenn Black. I'm from York County. We've been talking numbers here, 2012, 2008 elections. Is anybody in here that's so willing to vote for the Second Amendment? Are they aware in 1972 why superdelegates called what you want? Why superdelegates were assigned? Do some history, do some research before you blindly decide, oh, the urge is because the popular vote is. That is my position. Second thing I would ask is that this is a Democratic convention. Let's not evolve into something that we see in the news under Donald Trump. Be respectful, be mindful, vote the country.
Here we go to the second microphone. Please state your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
I am Will Nelson, a delegate from Saginaw. I oppose this amendment. I was the sole vote on the Rules Committee against this amendment. Those who fail to read history are doomed to repeat it, as I understand. The unpledged party delegates were created to provide not a veto, but a reasonable voice from the professionals in the business. People who have won elections, and people whose job it is to get the Democratic Party candidates elected. I remember my mother's passion in 1972 for George McGovern. I remember how passionate she was. And I remember that this party received the worst defeat in the history of America under George McGovern. Even if he was right, we lost. Thank you.
The microphone to my right, the delegate will state their name, county, and whether they support or oppose the opposition. Yes, sir.
from Hancock County, and I oppose the amendment. And I want to be clear, if we decide that as Maine, we want to portion all of our delegates, every single one of them, proportionally to the popular vote, I'm fine with that. My opposition is only to the specific part that would compel our delegates to the Democratic National Committee to eliminate superdelegates, because if we decide that we are a popular vote state, we are a popular vote state. Open primaries in other states going for the Democratic nominee mean that people from independents or wherever can come in and vote and can affect this party. Superdelegates are a possible measure of control against any future meddling outside this party. So, the only reason I oppose this amendment is if we eliminate superdelegates everywhere, then we lose the ability to keep people outside the party interfering with our process. I don't want anyone to mess with our process. I want us to be able to unite. Now, again, the first two parts of this amendment are great, but I want us to be able to represent ourselves. This is our party. This is why we're here. Thank you.
We now have heard from 3 delegates in support and 3 delegates in opposition. Here's where I call the question. Does the convention wish to continue debate in the adoption of this proposed amendment? I call the question. Come on, you guys are revved up. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. So, we're going to continue to debate. All you need is a third, and I felt there was a third. So I'm going to go to the gentleman I'm going to go to the gentleman, the delegate to the right. Go ahead, sir. State your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
My name is Dick Springer. I'm from Cumberland County, and I oppose the amendment for the following reasons. First, I'll point out
the delegate will continue. The delegate will continue. The delegate will continue.
First, I'll point out that the only way that Bernie Sanders could get the nomination now is through support by superdelegates, and I think he's trying to get them. But that applies to this election. The motion applies only to future elections, so it's a question of what kind of institution we want the Democratic Party to be. Now, the superdelegates provide continuity. They're people who have been elected to office and not just randomly picked, and they have experience based on that. And the Democratic Party stands for certain principles, and they tend to be custodians of those principles. And the example of the Republican Party is right before us. They do not have superdelegates, and we want to ensure that the Democratic Party in the future is immune to any kind of crazy enthusiasm of the kind that is destroying the Republican Party. Okay, just a minute. I was personally attacked, and people said, shame on me. I'm making an argument because I believe in the Democratic Party and its principles, and I don't think I should be attacked for taking that position. I would never be a superdelegate myself, but I think people should be allowed to vote their consciences based on their wisdom, and they may or may not agree with me, they may not or may not agree with Bernie, etc.
Thank you, sir. The delegate will defer. Thank you. I just want to remind the convention and all the delegates, look, I know we're all passionate. I'm passionate too. Can we please be respectful? Let's be respectful. This is the greatest part of our democracy. We're coming together and we're having a wonderful debate on what we should do together. Okay, so let's be respectful and let's continue this, and we're going to have a great day. Are we going to have a great day? We'd like to go to the microphone to my right. Please state your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
Louisa Matthias, I'm from Penobscot County, Bangor. I am 65 years old. I'm an ordained reverend and a retired family physician. I support the amendment because in my life I have watched this country get worse and worse and worse, and we're losing our rights because the power is concentrated in a few people. I did not know anything about the possibility of participating in the amendment process in April, even though I'm a registered Democrat and I was at the caucus. I'm outraged by the amount of power that goes to the party regulars. The gentleman prior to me spoke of their wisdom when when I was young, power was recognized as the thing that people go after. We have watched every president, with the possible exception of Obama, although I can't really say that, be in that position because they want power. And I've been a feminist for 45 years. Thank you. The people who are from the millennial generation are our future. We need to give them their voice and let them act, or this world's going to go down the tubes. I'm sorry, but we all know that the Congress and the Senate...
The delegate will defer. Thank you very much, ma'am. Chair recognizes the microphone to my left, and please state your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
I'm Ellen Farnsworth from Cumberland County, and I oppose this amendment. Historically, our Constitution has had various amendments from the beginning, and we've done process and form, but we need to reconsider this amendment very, very carefully, mainly because of what's happening with this current election and what's happening and what we're facing with the Republican opponent, who is quote-unquote getting Republican nomination based on popularity, and which is not going to be the best thing for our country. The superdelegates are chosen because of their elected positions, because of their experience, and they can vote their conscience, and they will do, and they have done well in the past. Unfortunately, at this point in time, we need to move slowly on this because we still need to be participants in that national stage, and we need to empower our superdelegates to vote their conscience, to do as they do well, and to make sure that we preserve the Constitution of this country. Yes, we need the millennials. Yes, they have brought in good ideas. Yes, we need the youth of this country. But we also need to make sure that our children are getting the education in the civil process and how our government works, and that is missing in many of our public schools to date. But again, Ellen Farnsworth and I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Just a brief announcement. The aisles on the sides, they have to be completely clear for fire, police safety. Please find your seat either on the floor or up in the stands. Thank you very much, and we just want to make sure that we keep this place very safe for all of the passion All right, so we are going to go to the person to the right. The delegate will state their name, their county, and whether they support or oppose the support or oppose the amendment, just to ensure everyone knows where we are. We're trying to get 3 opposed, 3 support of the amendment. I then will call the question again. If the ayes don't get a third, listen, if you don't want this debate to continue, I'm giving you, this is like the little, kind of, here's how to stop the debate. Don't say the ayes, be quiet, the nays get very loud, and I will stop the debate. So, but we have 2 people who have opposed, 1 person that has supported, and I will go to the delegate to my left. The chair is going to continue until we have 3 and 3, and then I will call the question. Thank you. Yeah.
Testing. My name is Ralph Carmona, and I'm a delegate out of Portland. I have to tell you that I'm opposed to this proposal here primarily because it's not lacking in merit, but because it defies the credibility of what we're trying to propose here. If we are fair to the election of delegates representing the voters, we should eliminate the caucus election process, give the counties to have that option, and have a direct primary. That way, every vote matters. To do otherwise is being incredulous and being contrary to what we believe in as a Democratic Party. Thank you.
Seconds, which is remarkable. All right, we have now 3 in opposition. I need 2 people who support the amendment. If this, and so we're going to stay in line. So if this woman is supporting it, then I'm going to, you please state your name, your county, and we know you support it, but tell us again that you support it.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Lori Dobson. I am a delegate from York County. I do hope to be a national delegate, but I'm also running for State Rep District 9. But I hope to stand here. Sorry, I'll get it together first. I hope to stand here in support of Diane Russell unequivocally in this amendment. I believe that we as superdelegates, this whole system has brought a great disservice to our Democratic Party and has done so for years. I believe, please hold it, please let's speak. Thank you. I appreciate it. I believe that Bernie would be our candidate for president if it was not for this system, and I simply can't understand Shelley Pingree, Peggy Schaefer, and Ms. Miller, and the others. Troy Jackson, thank you for standing for Bernie. Now there's a leader I can believe in. I can believe in those who believe in the people and the people's right to vote. And I will stand with you unequivocally. I will not bow down to any ideas that take people's votes away or disenfranchise them. And I will remind everybody here that the Burmese military reserves a quarter of the vote for themselves. And the reason they do that is to, quote unquote, protect the country from Aung San Suu Kyi. And I think that we must not do anything to disenfranchise our citizens, especially here in Maine. We lead the nation. Thank you very much.
Chair understands there are 2 people that have points of order, but I'm going to just wrap this up. I'm going to wrap up with 1 more support. You're going to wait 2 more minutes. I'm sorry, the delegate. I will come to you, and I know there's another person that wants a point of order. But we're going to finish the support. We need 1 more support, and then we're going to go to both points of order, and then we're going to call the question on whether we're going to continue the debate or not. So we're going to go to the woman. I believe it's you, sir. Please state your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
I'm Martin Walmer from York County, and I support the amendment. I do so for a number of reasons, but I actually do think that there is some merit to the superdelegate idea, only in that I want our congresspeople who are Democrats and who are if we had a governor who was a Democrat, we want them to be at the convention, the national convention, and to participate. So I'm not entirely in favor of abolishing the superdelegate approach, but I do think that the superdelegates should not be free agents who can vote whatever they want. They should be representative of the caucus, or actually, when we get the primary in place, that representative of the results of the primary. I was very active in the Maine Democratic Party back in the 90s when we got the primary instated, and now it's going to be reinstated. But it went away for a few years, and I think it's an unfortunate thing. The fortunate part about it this year was there was such a huge turnout to the caucuses that it pushed the question and made the primary more obvious that it needed to be done. So, and thank you for chairing or for pushing that through the legislature. But in any case, I am in support of the amendment. I think it's a good one. I think that at the national level, abolishing superdelegates will fail, and so I'm comfortable with that. But I do wish that the superdelegates were required to vote in proportion to the populace of their state.
Heard, three in support, three in opposition. There is a point of order. Yes, sir. Actually, can you come to the microphone? We've already tried to do this once, and I got a lot of complaints. So I'm gonna learn here. So we're gonna get you to the microphone so everyone can hear your point of order. Are we having fun? Having a blast. Look at all these Democrats. Look at this Democratic family. Are there any signs out there? Are there any signs out there? Oh, all right, okay. All right, making sure. All right, yes, sir.
The point is, first of all, I'm a Bernie supporter.
Your point of order, sir.
But it's not clear to me whether the motion requires that the superdelegates vote only on the first ballot, or whether they have to go all the way through. I'm opposed to superdelegates, and but if we're going to force them to, if this only applies to the first ballot, then that would be fine. I'll vote for the amendment. But if it doesn't include that, I'm going to vote against it.
It would be the same first ballot commitment, unless released, that applies to the pledged delegates. So it would be for first ballot only, and only if not released by the candidate.
So I am getting ready to call the question on whether we want to continue debate. I'm going to ask for the ayes and the noes. If the ayes have more than a third, we will continue debate. If the noes have more than my ear can hear, then we will stop debate and call the question. All right, so the question right now is the convention wish to continue debate on the adoption of this amendment. Right? All the ayes? Do I have the ayes? All the noes? Chair will call the question. I am going to repeat what the amendment is, and then I'm going to call the question. The second petition would require Maine's entire National Convention delegation, including the unpledged party leaders, often called superdelegates, to be allocated among presidential preferences in the same proportion as the state convention delegates elected at the municipal caucuses beginning in 2020. It would also urge the 2016 unpledged party leaders to agree voluntarily to vote in these proportions and direct our National Committee representatives to promote reform measures. The Rules Committee recommends that this amendment ought to pass. Is the convention ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. At this point, we still have another amendment, and we're going to go to that other amendment. If you want to go to the microphone, sir. so we have a point of information. Yes, sir. Yes, Will.
Since that amendment passed, and I had a point of information before, now it seems that it's in order for me to ask about you letting us know when the superdelegates will be able to state what their decisions are at this point so that we can see, because it's a strong indication that they should vote this year. We're not bound, but I want to know what the reality is. When will that be reported to this body?
Thank you for the question. And this is what I'm going to say, is that we have a long day together. We're going to all go caucus. I think all the superdelegates have heard and seen the vote, and I will report back talking to all of the superdelegates after our convention. After our caucuses, excuse me. After our caucuses, I will report back on the question. We now need the person who proposed the first amendment, which is the statewide lottery for the promotion of alternates at the state convention. They need to propose that amendment, introduce that amendment. One second.
I guess the question is, are you the proponent of the amendment? Yes. Oh, the mic.
Okay, so we are going to move to the first amendment that was submitted, and your mic will go on. Just please, you need to make a motion. At this point, we're not looking for you to describe why you support the amendment, but I need a motion and then a second.
Hello. Okay. I'm Diane. I'm a party delegate from Cumberland County, and my motion is to postpone indefinitely this amendment.
Do I hear a second? The motion is to indefinitely postpone this amendment. This is the amendment that would create a statewide lottery for the promotion of alternates at the state convention in the event that the county-wide lotteries left some counties with unfilled vacancies and other counties with unpromoted alternates. The Rules Committee recommends at this time that it ought not to pass. So we have an indefinite postponement motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. It's indefinitely postponed. We will now hear the report of the Committee on Platform. The Chair will take this opportunity prior to that presentation of the report to review the procedures that will enable the convention to effectively use the time. The first item to be considered will be the consent agenda. Second, the Chair will then ask the delegates who wish to debate amendments that are placed on the consent agenda to the state those sanctions they wish to have removed. After all amendments filed before the convention have been considered, the Chair will entertain amendments from the floor for which at least 500 copies have been provided for distribution to the convention. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the podium the Chair of the Committee on Platform, Steve Hendrickson of Cumberland.
I want to thank all the members of the Platform Committee for all their hard work in developing recommendations for the 2016 Maine Democratic Party platform. This is a very dedicated group of individuals who brought their knowledge and expertise to the table to work as a team to produce a recommended platform that you have before you. The party platform is an expression of our values and principles. It serves as a guideline for elected officials and candidates for election in their political work. The Convention Program Book contains all the Platform Committee's 2016 platform recommendations for approval, as well as a list of 17 amendments presented to us from county committees and by petition that we decided not to recommend at our last meeting on April 24th. For that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank everyone for their attention and conclude.
So the platform is on page 83 and the proposed 2016 platform amendments are on page 91.
Mr. Chair, I move adoption of the pledge.
Do I hear a second? Is the convention ready for the question? Does the convention accept the platform? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. All right, here's how the process once again will move forward. If you wish to debate a disapproved amendment, please go to the nearest microphone. I will recognize you by stating the microphone number. Please be sure to state your name and your home county. Please indicate to the convention the disapproved amendment number found in your program booklet. According to our rules, the chair will call for the convention to vote. The motion must be seconded by at least 1/5 of the delegates present. According to the rules, no one may speak for more than 2 minutes. There will be no more than 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against each motion, for which the chair will ask the convention if they want to continue debate. If at least 1/3 of the delegates present voting are in favor of continuing debate, an additional 3 speakers may be heard for each side, followed by another opportunity to continue debate. If a vote to continue debate fails, the amendment shall be brought to an immediate vote. So as a reminder, if you are getting ready to speak, I need you to please state your name, state your home county, and then please indicate what number the disapproved amendment you'd like to debate and open up. Is the convention ready? A lot of movement in front of the microphones. We're going to need those microphones for me to see the delegates. So if you're trying to leave, I would urge everyone to leave on the sides. Try not to go up the middle. That's creating a real bottleneck. So please leave going around the sides. So that includes speakers also. After you speak, if you could please just come this way. You know, you can take your hurrah, you can have your, your big moment, and then go around on the sides. So I'm going to go to the gentleman to my right, your left, and please state your name, your county, and what proposed disapproved amendment and all of them are found in your program booklets that you'd like to speak to. Yes, sir.
I am Per Kettis, and I'm a Bernie delegate from Hancock County. I want us to discuss an issue that you can find on page 91. It's point 6, and it deals with Medicare for all, and we want to add, to make it easier to get people started with this Medicare for all, starting with age group.
The delegate will defer. All I need is you propose the amendment. Yeah. Do I hear a second? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Please continue.
Got it. We already have the words Medicare for all in the platform we just adopted. And that you know which candidate favors this solution. There is another candidate who believes Medicare for all is too complicated and undoable. We don't think it is. We believe it's a great solution. Do you have Medicare? I see many around here who should have it. Did you notice that it was difficult to transfer from whatever you had before to Medicare? Nobody has heard about any difficulties to make that transfer. And in addition, the insurance companies would be happy to let it go and be taken care of by Medicare instead. In order to make it simpler to extend Medicare for all, we suggest starting with 2 age groups. And one is those aged between 0 and 25, because it's a healthy group and it will cost very little to the other age group is very important, but that is 55 to 65. And those are the people who really need to be included in the Medicare for all in this country. So that's why we want to have you approve that addition to the platform as it stands now.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, if you could come this way when you're leaving. So just to make it very clear, we are on page 91. There is a proposed amendment to the platform that is not included right now in the platform. We are now having a debate on number 6. If you want to talk about number 6, then I need you at the front of the line. If you're not talking about number 6 right now, then you can sit down until we open up the number that you are interested in on page 91. Again, we will take 3 for, 3 against. If there's not 3 against, then we will ask whether we want to continue debate. I'm going to move to the gentleman here. Please state your name, where you're from, what county you're from, and whether you support or oppose including number 6 into our permanent platform. Oops, the microphone needs to go on.
John Rosenwald from Franklin County, like Marquettes, my colleague, a longtime member of the Platform Committee, and in this case, chair of the Subcommittee on Health and on Education. Our original plank reads as follows: affirms health care as a fundamental human right and takes action to improve the health and wellness of all people by ensuring them access to quality and affordable health care. This goal is best achieved through the adoption of a universal, single-payer, and non-profit healthcare system for Maine and the nation. The Platform Committee approved after a narrow vote by extending Medicare to all. I was opposed to that, as I am opposed to the further amendment because I believe deeply it is better for a platform to remain general. What we want is universal health care. Let's not talk now about the details. Let's allow those people who are going to vote those through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've had 1 in support and 1 in opposition of the potential adoption of number 6, which is on page number 1 to the platform. I'm going to recognize the gentleman to my right, your left. Please speak, state your name, your county, whether you support or oppose the proposed platform amendment.
Hello, my name is David McQuaid, and I'm from Hancock County. And I wanted to make 2 comments. First, on this amendment, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we provide public education in this country to everybody through the 12th grade. And I think sometimes if we didn't, and it was proposed in Congress that we should have public education, it probably wouldn't even be passed. And healthcare, all people are endowed life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What the heck does life mean if it doesn't mean healthcare? And so, although I was a physician for 30 years. Medicare works. Elderly people get the care they need. If it was going to be provided for, if it was Medicare for everybody, it wouldn't have to be exactly the same thing as Medicare. The bottom line is it's government backed. The other point that I wanted to make is very important, more important than this point, and that is, please, everybody, just look around you to the people sitting next to you. And let's realize that I think most of us here, I don't care if we have a Bernie sticker on or a Hillary sticker on, I think most of us here have the same vision of America. I hope so. that point, these amendments, people are getting...
Excuse me, sir. If you're not speaking to the amendment, I'm going to ask you to defer. I don't want 2 minutes. We can't have this convention be speeches about other things. If you're not speaking to number 6 anymore, I'm going to ask you to defer.
Okay, well then I'm going to... And so as far as healthcare goes...
Thank you. One second, sir, you will get your time back. You will get your time back. Please, just you're going to be able to speak. All right. So we're going to go to the woman here, the delegate, and please state your name, your county, and whether you support or oppose the 6th platform committee suggestion. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Irene Cookter. I'm from Oxford County, and I was also on the platform committee on the health and education subcommittee. And I want to remind people that all we're voting on here is whether to include that 0 to 25 and 55 to 64. And I'm opposed because I don't think we should discriminate based on someone's age. We should all have health care.
So we now had 2 in opposition, 2 in support. I'm looking for 1 more opposition, 1 more support. Sir, please state your name, county, whether you support or oppose, and continue.
My name is Sam Bergman from Hancock County. I'm speaking in opposition to this amendment. You must understand I very strongly support single-payer universal health care. Besides being a patient with Medicare age, parent and spouse, I'm also a physician and have dealt with a lot of people with a lot of insurance and without a lot of insurance. I spoke at the Hancock County Democratic meeting in opposition to this amendment. I went for what the woman just said, that it's not universal. Now the proposal was that it makes it easier to get past and initiate. You know, if universal single payer gets passed nationally, if there has to be some kind of transition time, at that time it would be decided to have some transitional aspects like this or some other way of doing it. On the other hand, if this is what it takes, partially universal to get it passed law, and that's a mistake, but maybe that change can happen more closely. The other thing is that the age group that's left out is the prime age for women in their reproductive years.
Thank you, sir. We have 3 in opposition of the platform committee amendment. We need 1 person to speak in support, and then I will call the question on whether we want to close debate. Yes, sir.
Here we go. My name is Gordon Street. I'm from Cumberland County, and I like a lot of the things about this amendment. I do think that what we're looking at is a move towards better health care for everyone, and I think that's really important. I think that the particular addition to the amendment here about starting with a particular age group sounds like it's a way of kind of moving towards providing more services, and I recognize
paperwork, all demands. It's true, we got to the point where we're getting rid of insurance companies, to reduce that, but the Medicare system itself is an amazingly time-consuming process, and it prevents us the amount of time that we end up spending not being able to provide services to our clients. It's driving a lot of people into choosing not to go into the business, and a lot of people bring the business out of it. We want to encourage our top people in our we want to encourage
Delegates confer. Thank you very much. We've now had 3 people in support, 3 people in opposition of adopting the platform amendment number 6. I am now going to call the question on whether we want to continue debate. Does the convention wish to continue debate on the adoption of disapproved amendment number 6? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. I will now, is the convention ready for the question? Does the convention wish to adopt the amendment that is now before you? Again, this is on page 91. It is number 6. And if you look at number 6, you'll see just the underlined section is what you are essentially voting on right now. If you're in favor, you'll be saying aye. If you're opposed, you're saying no. Again, is the convention ready for the question? Does the convention wish to adopt amendment number 6 that is now before you? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. I will now entertain another motion on the platform rules, but before I do, excuse me, this is a couple announcements. One, all delegates should be checked in at this time so they may participate in the very important county caucuses this afternoon. Alternates may be assigned in accordance with the rules to fill any remaining vacancies. All alternates who believe they are now eligible to be seated as delegates should report to the registration area in the lobby to be certified. Again, please go check in. Secondly, if you're in the back, not seated on the floor, and that's all of you that are standing up talking. Folks, we were getting a lot of complaints that folks who are sitting, who are trying to pay attention to all the speakers, and maybe me, but mostly the speakers, they want you to quiet down. So if you're in the back, please quiet down. The chair will now entertain a motion to bring up another amendment from the platform committee. The chair recognizes the delegate with his hand in the air.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Harlan Baker. I'm a delegate for Bernie Sanders from Cumberland County. I would like to move that we take up rejected amendment number 16, calling for the creation of a state-owned bank.
The chair understands that the delegate from Cumberland has made a motion to adopt amendment number 16 on page 92. I am not going to read the amendment, but you can see it. It is a very long amendment. All those in favor of seconding the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is second. The chair recognizes the delegate at the microphone from Cumberland County. Harlan, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposal for a state-owned bank is a proposal that will allow us to have a yardstick by which we can measure the performance of the private banks. A state-owned bank has operated successfully in North Dakota since 1919. It has become a model of how to provide socially useful investment. This type of bank could easily be accommodated by taking what we already have, which is the Finance Authority of Maine, amending it and turning it into a bank where the state can deposit its own money and use it for socially useful investment.
Chair recognizes the delegate to my left. Please state your name, county, whether you support or oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, it's Ralph Carmona. I'm a member of the platform committee, and the committee obviously met and deliberated on this proposed amendment. It was unanimously rejected because it recognizes that this is a specific legislative proposal that has been denied approval in 49 of of the 50 states. If it sounds good, it probably isn't as good as you think. And the reason is because it raises profound questions about the financial investments that are needed, not just by the state, but also investment-owned banks as well. And Mr. Barney Frank is in the audience, and he would obviously testify that we need more regulation to deal with debt-related issues. And this is a question that imposes a state-owned bank akin to a national-owned bank, and that we don't need. So we decided unanimously not to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
We've now had one in opposition and one in support of the number 16 disapproved platform amendment. I will now recognize who's going to speak. Yes, sir. Please come to the microphone. State your name, county, and whether you support or oppose number 16. That is what is open for debate.
My name is Seth Berger. I'm a delegate from Cumberland County. I support this. This is not itself a bill before the legislature. It expresses the will of the Democratic Party. And that will is that the state of Maine look at how its own money is being invested and look at where investments will best serve the state. What we're finding is that commercial banks are looking at profit rather than needs of communities. Again, this is not a bill. This is what the Democratic Party stands for. And hopefully the Democratic Party stands for support of small businesses, support of low-income housing, support of communities that are otherwise unrepresented. If we don't express our desire for these things but leave them to banks, there really isn't any regulation that could compel commercial banks to support these things in our communities. But I support this because the Democratic Party, at least traditionally, supported the underrepresented, the people who were in need. And this particular platform is a way of expressing to our citizens and to the commercial lenders that we would like to see more attention paid to what will benefit the state and to what will benefit its citizens.
Anyone else wish to speak on platform committee number 16? If there's anyone, please come up to the front. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be on TV. To prove to my wife where I am. Okay. The key word there is yardstick. Now, I don't know how many people are from Brooklyn, from New York. But back in the days when the subways were first being built, they included their own power generation for the electric power they needed to run the subways. And one of the things that they called it a yardstick was because by having the city own the power supply, they could determine, using that as a yardstick, if the private power companies were screwing them. So that's an important point to make. And this gives the people some measure of control over the thing like power, which is pretty important. Hi, y'all.
Sir, can you just go back and state your name and where you're from? We want to hear a little bit more from you. We're not done with you. We're not done with you. And just to make sure everyone in the convention knows, do you support or oppose number 16?
I got my name tattooed in here. Freddie Dolgan.
Old Orchard Beach.
And you support or oppose the amendment?
Is the amendment to, yeah, back to Maine, yes.
Very good, very good. Is there anyone else that would like to oppose the state bank? Please come forward. We could have up to 2 speakers to oppose the state bank, and then I will call the question on whether to continue debate. Yep. Please state your name, where you're from, what county you're from, and whether you support or oppose the amendment.
I'm Jean Hewlett. I'm from Falmouth, from Cumberland County, and I am a career banker as well as a lifelong Democrat and a former member of the Obama administration and former acting administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration. So I have a lot of knowledge of, understanding of the resources that banks, both mutuals, commercial banks, investment banks, etc., provide to the Maine economy. Maine is a very well-banked state. There are a lot of resources available between the community banks, between the commercial banks, the credit unions, but also the Finance Authority of Maine and the federal government that provides resources to Maine community development corporations, microlenders, etc. I believe that the industry has a lot of room for improvement, and I respectfully understand the sentiment that is expressed, and a lot of respect for Diane Russell, who's introduced this many times. But I would say that this is not a solution in terms of the objectives that the bill is proposed, that creating a state bank would not accomplish the objectives, and I oppose it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to oppose number 16? Yes, sir. Please state your name, county, and whether you support or oppose the platform committee number 16.
Louis Siegel from Kennebec County. I was on the platform committee, and when this came before us, I researched the Bank of North Dakota and discovered why the other 49 states haven't adopted this. I last heard this proposal when Elliot Cutler was first running for governor, and I opposed it then. The Bank of North Dakota does not serve as a yardstick. The Bank of North Dakota functions in conjunction with the commercial bank, more or less as a Federal Reserve Bank, and the economic development that it invests in is, of course, politically determined, and particularly in North Dakota, it's a major investor in the petrochemical industry. So if we want politicians to decide which industries will get favored treatment, I can imagine what Governor LePage would give them to, and I would rather keep it out of political hands. All I say, the state-owned bank, like the Bank of North Dakota, is an illusion, and the benefits that people say you get have never been realized. Thank you.
We now have heard from 3 delegates who have supported and 3 delegates who have opposed amendment number 16 to the platform committee. I will now call the question on whether the convention wants to continue debate on the adoption of disapproved amendment number 16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Noes have it. I will now call the question. Does the convention wish to adopt amendment number 16? Again, this is on page 92 of your convention booklet that is now before you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Noes have it. It's not agreed to. I will now entertain another motion. The chair recognizes the second microphone.
Mr. Chair, my name is Pam Sunrich. I'm a delegate from York County. I have a procedural question. Time allotted for the platform is almost up. and there are still several very important matters to be discussed. In order to keep both our schedule and to allow for a full discussion of all issues, would it be appropriate to table discussion on the platform amendments until later in the session?
The chair would answer in the affirmative and remind the convention that motions to table are non-debatable.
Mr. Chair, I move that discussion of the platform be tabled until later.
Is there a second? The delegate, Pam Fenbridge of York, has moved to table this matter until later in the session. Is this the pleasure of the convention?
Call for a vote! You didn't call for a vote!
The chair is in error. You get to hear that. The chair is in error. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The chair's going to ask for another vote. All those in favor of tabling the platform until later in today's session say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will be tabling the platform. A couple other announcements. House and Senate candidates, please move up to the left, right here to my right, because you'll be taking the stage soon. So this is House and Senate candidates, incumbents, anyone running for the legislature. And another announcement is upgrades from alternate to delegate are not available yet.
So I think I'm going to go ahead and get started. It's a little unruly, and this is what the House of Representatives looks like. Usually when I'm up at the rostrum with a gavel, I look out and half the room is Democrats, half the room is Republicans. But this morning, we have a room full of Democrats, and it feels good. So thank you for being here this morning. The Speaker of the Maine House over the past 4 years. It's been an incredible honor to serve with and lead an incredible group of legislators and public servants who have dedicated their lives to serving Maine and their communities. I've been honored to serve alongside Senate Democratic leader Justin Alfond, to lead Democrats in the legislature as we've been on the front lines of standing up to this governor. I want to thank Justin Alfond right now. So proud to say that we stood on the front lines together in a very difficult environment. I talked a little bit about it last night. In the House, we have 78 outstanding Democrats who stood strong against the governor and reached across the aisle when possible to work with the Republican legislators to deliver results for the people who sent us to Augusta to govern. I want to especially thank our House leadership team. Majority Leader Jeff McCabe, who I've served with for 8 years. He has led our caucus ably. We came in together in 08, going out together. He's going to be elected over in the Senate to continue to fight. The other leader in our caucus, Assistant Leader Sarah Gideon, who has guided our members through very difficult times, fought the good fight. Fortunate for all of us, she will be returning. Together we've led a caucus of Democrats who have stood up for progressive values, social and economic opportunities for all Maine families. Together, as Democrats, we have so much to be proud of. Just look at this stage. With your support and armed with a commitment to defend Maine people, including our most vulnerable, we were able to achieve some important successes, block some serious threats, and provide a powerful, consistent voice for what is right. We made key investments in education to ensure Maine teachers and Maine students had the resources they needed to succeed. We passed and fought for the release of vital, affordable senior housing funds so aging parents can stay in their homes. We prevented huge tax cuts for the wealthiest while providing breaks for hard-working, middle-class Mainers who can't seem to get ahead. We prevented close to 1,000 legal immigrants and asylum seekers from becoming homeless overnight. We stopped the governor from cutting life-saving mental health services for 20,000 Mainers, including 12,000 children. We have a lot to be proud of. When Governor LePage tried to force open-pit mining in our state, a bill that would have pillaged our natural resources and killed jobs in rural Maine, Democrats said, no way. When he tried to weaken Maine's employment laws and trample on the rights of our brothers and sisters in organized labor, we said no. You know, we were able to make progress with Republicans and independents while the governor sat on the sidelines with his veto pen. And I'm so glad that on that last day, we were able to override 2/3 of the governor's vetoes. We stood together. And I'm especially proud to have shared the last 8 years with 14 members of the House Democratic Caucus that are termed out. We came in 2008 together, and we're leaving. We've shared our lives together. Some of us have had babies, more kids, more Democrats. You know, it's an amazing group of people. They are lifelong friends. I'm never going to forget them. If you see them this weekend, please take time to say thank you for their service to their communities and to this state. And I just want to list off their names, and I'll do it quickly. We had Linda Sanborn, my seatmate in my first term, from Gora. We had Terry Morrison of South Portland, Diane Russell of Portland, Peter Stuckey, the true moral compass of our caucus right here from Portland. And Peggy Rotundo from Lewiston, who budgeted multiple budgets on behalf of Democrats in the state. And Mike LaJoy from Lewiston. And Paul Gilbert from Jay, always standing up for labor, fighting for the working people. And Chuck Kruger from Thomaston. Joan Welch from Rockport. Jeff McCabe of Skowhegan, Henry Beck of Waterville, Matt Peterson of Rumford, and Adam Good of Bangor. Please join me in thanking them for their service to this state. And although we can never replace these amazing public servants, Democrats can be proud of the candidates that we fielded for the House this November. We have 164 candidates running in 151 districts, 58 incumbents seeking re-election, and 106 new candidates on the ballot. You know what I'm most proud of the candidates that we were able to recruit? They represent the Democratic Party. They represent Maine. And we're the party of everyday Mainers. Up here we have firefighters, police officers, mill workers, moms, teachers, doctors, nurses, farmers, and small business owners, everyday Mainers just like you. It is a true citizens' legislature. And the good news is our incumbents are battle tested. They've been standing up for people of their districts, holding down property taxes, pushing forward on education and health care, making sure that we protect our environment. They've been doing this all in a very toxic political environment. Many of our new candidates are up here on this stage with me today. We're going to need to continue to hold the line the last 2 years of this governor's administration. We're going to do it. I'm hopeful we're going to do it. You know, we were able to win campaign in 2014. I want to thank our campaign director, Sean Smith. He has run multiple campaigns. He knows how to win campaigns, and we are going to do it again in 2016. There's no accident that we did win. One of the toughest years for Democrats in the legislature across the country. More seats were lost in that election cycle in 2014 than in the past 100 years. It was a bad election cycle. We held it. We held it because we have a formula that is simple. We know how to win elections, and we do that by recruiting candidates who fit their district, work hard, and resonate with their voters. I want to think, and I think you'll agree that we have another incredible slate of candidates, many of them that have joined us here today. And although I'd like to introduce every single one of them, you probably would appreciate me not doing that and moving on with the business of today. But I do want to profile a few of them, because it really demonstrates the caliber of candidates that we were able to recruit. First, I want to start in Skowhegan with Betty Austin. Betty is a mother of 2 daughters and grandmother of 5. She's a light speaker and organist in the Methodist Church. She was an insurance agent for almost 30 years before she worked as a school bus driver, teacher's assistant, and a shoe factory. She further served her community on the town committee, local planning board, economic development committee, and as a select woman in Skowhegan for the last 12 years. Betty Austin is going to help us keep the house. And then down in Sanford, my backyard, we have Nal Terham. Nal grew up in Sanford. Good guy. His great-grandfather was a forester in Sanford, and his great-great-grandfather ran a turkey farm a couple blocks from here, where his family now owns and operates a local garden center. Like a lot of kids in Maine, Nal left the state to pursue further opportunities. He headed to Brandeis University for his undergrad, and then volunteered for the Peace Corps, serving in Senegal for a couple of years. After coming back to the States, it soon became clear to Nal that his heart was in Maine. He came home. He got his master's degree in forestry from the University of Maine in Orono, met his wife Michelle, and began managing his family's small business in Sanford. Now is going to help us keep the house. And then we have Jessica Fay of Raymond. Jess is a small business owner. She opened her own flower shop 15 years ago. Jess has been a volunteer behind the scenes for many years helping elect Democrats. She's attended meetings, made phone calls, knocked on doors. She's a recent Emerge graduate. She knows her community. She knows how to win elections, and she's going to help us keep the house. And then we have Robert Alley of Deal, the Washington County Democrat. And I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but he's one of all of our favorites. And if you know Robert, you know a good human being, a good person. Robert is running to serve for his second term in the House. He's a lifelong fisherman, veteran of the U.S. Navy, a teacher, school principal. Robert has and will continue to serve the people of Washington County. And if you think a Democrat can't win in a red district, go meet Robert Alley. He represents his district, his entire district, not just Democrats, and he does it very well. Robert's going to help us keep the house. And then we have Heather Sanborn right here in Portland. After several years of teaching in public schools, 5 years practicing law, Heather, along with her husband, founded Rising Tide Brewing Company with a tiny one-barrel brewing system in a small garage. Woo! Thanks to Heather's hard work, Rising Tide Brewing has grown from a staff of 1 to a team of 18 and continues to grow. The company was named one of Maine Business' fastest growing companies in 2015. The City of Portland's 2014 Small Business Owner of the Year. As a small business owner, Heather is deeply concerned, and she gets it, that the rising cost of health care for her employees. And as a parent, she gets it. She wants to build a strong Maine economy so that Maine is the best place where her son will be proud to build a career and raise her own family right here. Again, Heather's going to be part of the winning team that keeps the house. We just have a couple more, but I think it's important because now we go way up to Aroostook County and Fort Fairfield with Dave McCrae. Where you at, Dave? There he is. Dave knows what a hard day's work looks like. He started working as a potato picker for his grandfather's fields at the age of 5 and has continued working during fall harvest breaks from school for nearly 50 years. He's worked in his parents' hardware store and put himself through college painting houses. Dave started his teaching career in Fort Fairfield school system in 1968 and is finishing a 48-year career as a proud teacher when he retires in June. Dave has lived his entire life in Fort Fairfield and is now going to be running and serving along with all of us. The last one, Chris Chiazzo of Scarborough. Chris was raised right here in Portland. He graduated from Maine Maritime Academy with a degree in mechanical engineering. He served as an officer in the Naval Reserves for 11 years. He served on the school board in Scarborough for 3 years. And last year, he was the top vote getter in the town council race in Scarborough. Chris and his wife have 2 sons, one of which will be entering college this year as a freshman. We are very lucky that Chris said yes to running for the state legislature. So as you can see, we have fielded an incredible group of candidates with a strong case to make the voters this fall. Collectively, they have knocked on thousands of doors already and are talking to their neighbors face to face. And you know what? When they do that, we hear the same thing over and over again. People want leaders and representatives who are authentic, genuine, and trustworthy. They want leaders who will get results and put aside petty politics that often divide us. They want leaders who will look out for their fellow Mainers, who will take care of one another, who will focus on creating a better world where every Mainer has health care, where kids' classrooms are funded, or teachers are paid what they are worth, where a meaningful day's work means you do not have to live in poverty, and where creating jobs and protecting the environment is a priority. They want leaders, and they're going to get them. Because together, with Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate, with Shelley Pingree and Emily Kane in Congress, and a Democrat in the White House, we can make life better for all Maine families. So please join us, knock on doors, make phone calls, drive your local candidates, be with us, stand with us, we will stand with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Elizabeth Mitchell. We know her as Libby.
Wasn't that a beautiful group? I must admit, I'm a little nostalgic. House people, Senate people, they are great, as are you. I have the best job of anybody here today. And I want to start with a quote from Indira Gandhi, which is going to make sense to a lot of you. There are 2 kinds of people: those who do the work and those who want the credit. And she says, try to be in the first group, because there's not as much competition there. There is a wonderful woman that some of you may have known. You have to have a little gray in your hair to know her, named Vivian Powell. And this is a special treat for me to present the Vivian Powell Award, because I actually started politics with Vivian Powell in 1974. She was sitting at a booth in the Windsor Fair in Kennebec County, wanted to get involved, and she was off to the races as soon as she found out how to do that. So she didn't want the credit, but I'm glad to give her some credit today. And the other person I want to give credit today is the recipient of the Vivian Powell Award. I'm told that it's going to be a surprise, so I do hope she's here. I'm going to invite Gabby Barabee Pierce up to the podium. All right, Gabby. I see signs of Gabby. Now you know, Gabby is so dedicated to the party, she's having a new Democrat in July. So we will give her a little time as the mom-to-be to get here. She has brought her soon-to-be-born Democrat. His name is Bennett. So Gabby and Bennett will join me here in a moment, if we can find her. She's coming. While she's coming, I'm going to say something about her because she'll be very embarrassed, but I need to say it anyway. She is truly the go-to person, the kind of Democrat that you are. She says, if you ask her a question, she doesn't know how to say no. She says yes. Doors, yes. Phone banking, yes. Organizing a caucus, yes. Anything that is needed. I think she made sure that every town in Penobscot County had a caucus convener. Here she comes. I want her standing right here beside me because I want you to see this miraculous, wonderful woman I'm a big fan of. I think she's a Renaissance woman. I read a bit about her. You may not know this, but she's also an attorney now, and that still makes her okay. But I read in her Emerge bio that she likes three things, and I don't know about the order. One was archaeology. The second was mashed potatoes. And finally, the Democrat Party and the politics. So here she is. But I want to give you personal thanks. Gabby took care of me in 2010. Now, it isn't easy to ride around this entire state with a crazy candidate for governor. She did that. She was smart. She was not a yes person. She said, that is the dumbest thing you've ever said. Don't say it again. But she was the perfect person to have with you. So she is my personal friend. I want to thank her. This honor is so well deserved. And I know that Vivian Powell would think I could never keep up with Gabby. I want to say one other thing. I want to thank Greg because he works hard too. It's a family business. But this is the way I'm going to end it because this is the way I think of Gabby. I'm also a big fan of Maya Angelou. And this is what she said, and I want you to think about Gabby when I say this. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. Gabby Barabee makes us all feel special, that we have values that are worth fighting for, and she clearly deserves this beautiful plaque, the Vivian Powell Grassroots Award.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome candidates, incumbents for the Maine Senate.
got them all up here. Hello, Maine Democrats. Can we have a little energy in here? Are there any signs? Do I see any signs out there? Come on, let's see some signs. All right. So I am still Justin Alpha. I'm the Democratic leader of the Maine State Senate, and I first want to congratulate Gabby. It's because of Gabby and so many grassroots volunteers that we have a Democratic Party that we all believe in. So thank you, Gabby. I also need to hear a big round of applause for the House Democrats. I mean, the House Democrats, all I can say is thank God for the House Democrats, because if it wasn't for the House Democrats, Paul LePage would have had a full legislature to do all this destructive policies. So I just can't thank enough. Speaker Eves, the Speaker and I, for 8 years, have worked together, the last 4 in leadership, and he has been a true partner, a true leader for our state. Please give it up for Mark Eves. So I've been incredibly fortunate to be a leader of our caucus for the last 6 years. I've worked with a phenomenal group of senators in the State House. Additionally, we have recruited the best class of new candidates who will help us win back the State Senate in November. So these last 2 years, as you know, we've been in the minority, and it wasn't easy. When it comes down to it, you know about this. Politics is about the numbers. And in the State Senate, you need 18. We had 15. So you can imagine most of the votes that we took. But when we took those votes, and I will tell you this, folks, every time we took those votes, we knew that if this was important to Democrats north, south, east, and west, the Republicans knew why we were objecting, why we were opposing it, and why there was a better vision for the state of Maine. So Republicans have had the numbers. They've blocked all kinds of progress over the last 2 years. Some of them, are hard to kind of just scratch your head saying, how, why, what is going on? What are they understanding, or what are the facts they're looking at? And oftentimes it just was pure ideology. They stood in the way of developing clean and renewable energy, and they blocked our efforts to help coastal communities plan for disastrous effects on climate change. Why would you block that? They did. They sided with big corporations of the world by protecting offshore tax havens that allow them to hide their money without paying their fair share. Why would you do that? They did. They used a procedural maneuver to avoid having to take a vote on an Equal Rights Amendment, which would have guaranteed equal protection under the law for women. Why would they not want to be on the record for protecting women in the state of Maine? Or how about the Senate Republicans blocking Medicaid expansion from even being sent to Governor LePage? Another missed opportunity from the start to the finish, and that is why we need to take back the state Senate. So, as you know, we were facing 20 Senate Republicans, but time and time again, these Senate Republicans enabled their leader, Governor Paul LePage, as he not only put out bad policies, disastrous policies, but he undermined good government at every turn. And so while we may not have had the majority, Democrats held the line against his obstructionism. We spoke out when he was rude, crude, and just a complete jerk. Because you know what? We're proud to be Mainers, and we're proud to be Democrats. We're not going to allow one guy like Paul LePage to make us get on the front page of the news and the newspapers across this country because he's a jerk. We stood up. So what did we win? And there was a lot. Just listen, I could be up here for a lot more than the 15 minutes that I'm allotted. But one of the things that we have always fought for, and you know it, and we know it, is to ensure that we have a great education system. So what did we do over the last 2 years? We've put tens of millions of dollars, not only in K through 12, but also in our higher ed. Is that important to you? We also fought to guarantee that any tax cut would benefit the working and middle class Mainers, and you know what? We won. We fought to ensure a balanced approach to the drug crisis that emphasized, listen, not just enforcement, right? There's one party, all they want to do is talk about enforcement. We do too. But there's also the other side of the ledger called treatment. How are we going to make sure that we have a good, comprehensive way to deal with a drug crisis? And we fought to ensure that the drastic cuts to our services for mental illness and intellectual disabilities were defeated. The speaker talked about this. We were talking about 20,000 Mainers, that their services were going to get cut. And the Republicans, they were silent. And if it wasn't for someone named Senator Ann Haskell, those probably would have gone through. But she fought it, and we won. All of those victories and so many more would not have been possible. They would have been losses if it weren't for the 15 proud and strong Maine Senate Democrats. So let's introduce this fantastic state Senate team. First, someone that I have gotten to know incredibly well. Someone that she has had my back, had your back for all the years of service in the Senate and the last 2 years as my assistant, the Assistant Senate Majority Leader. I like the majority, but it's actually not majority. How about, but get used to that. Get used to the majority part. Assistant Leader Don Hill. Senator Kathy Breen. Someone that you all are very familiar with, Senator Bill Diamond. Senator Jim Dill. Our newest member, someone that we are so proud to call one of our own, Senator Susan DeChambeau. Someone that you're also very familiar with, especially if you've ever been on the state committee, Senator Stan Garzowski. Senator Jeff Gratwick. Portland's own and a mentor to me and so many others, Senator Ann Haskell. Senator Chris Johnson. Here in Lincoln County. Senator Nate Libby. Where's Andrew Scroggin? Senator Rebecca Millett. Senator Dave Merrimont. Someone that we call the legend, Senator John Patrick. And Senator Linda Valentina. When you look at these senators, you're looking at Maine, all of Maine. They're people just like you. They're mill workers, they're small business owners, they're parents, they're school board members. They care deeply about the future of our state. They want to do what they can to make sure the Maine we create for our children is one where democratic values like fairness, equality, and prosperity for all are honored and upheld. Most of these candidates are running for re-election this November. However, sadly, very sadly, some of them won't be coming back. I'm going to take a few minutes just to recognize 4 people. Let's go with Stan first. Come on. Do you want to hear about Stan? Do you want to hear about Stan? I wish I wasn't, because what if term limits are awful. All right, here we go. Senator Garzowski. is leaving us after years of service in the legislature. There's never been an elected official who has more fiercely advocated for his district than Stan. He's been instrumental in the rehab and renovation of the former naval station in Brunswick. If you want to know more, just ask him. Yeah, you need to have a couple hours. He'll be happy to talk about it. I promise. Let's give it up for Stan Grozowski. Senator Valentino also is leaving us. Linda. If you know Linda, you're going to understand what I'm saying. You're going to be like, wow, like that is Linda. So Linda can always be counted on to give you the unvarnished truth. She has been an indispensable part of our caucus, a leader in crafting budgets, and a champion for the integrity of the legislative process. Senator, you will be deeply missed, and good luck in your next endeavors. Senator Haskell, Portland's own. Senator Haskell served our state in so many capacities for years, including several terms in the House and Senate and opposed the Governor Angus King's administration. We call Senator Haskell Mother Teresa because she is our caucus's guiding light. Its moral center. The Senate is better off for having her, the state of Maine is better off for having her, and we are worse off for losing her. Let's give her a round of applause. As sad as we are to be saying goodbye to all of them, we're equally enthusiastic about the next generation of Senate Democrats running along with our incumbents this year to take back the state Senate. Let me introduce you to them. Washington County's own Rock Alley. Henry Beck. In a great contested primary to take back a very important seat, Senate District 14, which includes Gardner, West Gardner, and other seats, Shenna Bellows and Terry Berry. We're going to win back this seat. Another seat we're also going to win back is the Sanford seat, Andrea Boland. Aroostook County just should be led by Democrats, and that's why Mike Carpenter is going to win this November. Brownie Carson has gotten permission from Stan to run for his seat, and he's going to win in November. So the Scarborough seats, those should be ours, right? Scarborough, Westbrook. So Jean Marie Caterina is going to win that seat back for us this fall. We have a contested primary for Senator Valentino's seat, Justin Jeanette and Barry Hobbins. In Portland, we have 3 candidates. Ben Shipman, Diane Russell, and Chuck Radis. Give it up for at least 3. Joe Casari. Emery DeBay, running for the Bucksport seat. In a contested seat for Senator Haskell's seat, we have Mark Dion and Jill Doosan. And also, yes, 1 second, I apologize, and also Ann Peoples. Joan Dunlap. Richard Buckman. So it's this next candidate, I'm just going to spend a second. You know, there's a county called Walden County, and it happens to be...
you guys are.
There's some good people in Waldo County. And Waldo County has a candidate that some of us didn't know 2 years ago named Jonathan Falk. So, just like in the House and the Senate, you need candidates to raise the bar. Well, Jonathan Falker hit on over 9,000 doors last election and lost by just 135 votes. Are we going to get him elected to the state Senate? Like I was saying, Aroostook County should be held by Democrats. And there's someone that I think you all know of. He's your DNC man. It's Troy Jackson! Jay Kilbourne is also running. We have a contested primary for the Hancock seat. Where's Hancock County? Where's Hancock? Come on! This county makes more phone calls and does more for candidates. I can't thank you enough. And we've got a contested primary. We've got Ted Kaufman and Maura Neal. Where's Somerset County? Come on, where's Somerset County? All right. So we've got the majority leader from the House running. And are we going to get the majority leader to win in November? Jeff McCain! Kimberly Sampson's running in Auburn. Do people know who represents Auburn in the state Senate? Yeah, that's right. We're not going to mention his name, but we got a candidate that's going to win in November, Kimberly Sampson. Mary Ann Stevens. Where's Saginaw County? There they are. Are you going to get Eloise to win this November? Eloise Vitale! And I apologize, we have also another contested primary. Joanne Toomey and Senator Susan DeChambeau are in a primary for the Saco seats. So it's no exaggeration when I say this group of candidates are the best I've ever seen. I can tell you that if I were a Republican Maine, I am glad I'm not. All right? I am glad I'm not. I figured that a long time ago. I wouldn't want to run against any one of these phenomenal men and women. Can I hear it again? Senate Democrats have a seat-by-seat, district-by-district strategy for victory. We need 3 seats. We need to get 18, and I know we're going to plow by 18 with these candidates to get back to the majority and get Maine back on track. But we're going to need your help to do it, so let me hear it. I need you all to get out in force. I love all the Bernie signs. I love all the Hillary signs. But I need these candidate signs to be there, too. Are you ready to help? Are we going to win in November? I'll see you on the campaign trail.
From Maine on the Democratic National Committee.
My name is Maggie Allen, and I have had the unbelievable honor of serving American Democrats for all 8 years of the Obama administration. And now we are on a path to elect a new president. And sorry, Mr. Trump, it's gonna be a Democrat. Please join me in thanking our President, Barack Hussein Obama. Thank you, President Obama, for your honesty and integrity. Your administration has been completely free of corruption and scandal. Thank you, President Obama. On your second day in office, you banned torture. You reversed the Bush policies, and once again, the United States was in full compliance of the Geneva Convention. Thank you, President Obama. Because of you, 18 million people and climbing have gained coverage under the Affordable Care Act. And we have cut the cost of prescription drugs for seniors in half. Thank you, President Obama. On your very first year in office, you saved the American auto industry. We are not the tax and spend party. Thank you, Obama, for overseeing a reduction in the federal budget deficit by 2/3, adding 9 million jobs. And now, tax rates for the average American working family are the lowest since 1950. The biggest one for me is you led the country in changing gay marriage to civil marriage. After the landmark Supreme Court decision that same-sex couples have a constitutional right to marry, Obama said, love one. No matter who you are, here in America, you're free to marry the person you love because the freedom to marry is now the law in all 50 states. But these incredible examples of powerful democratic accomplishments would never have happened without you. You humble me every day, every week, every month of the entire 8 years I have served our wonderful party. In closing, I just want to somehow express my deep appreciation for you, my Democratic friends, my Democratic family. No matter what happens this summer, we must ensure that the next president of the United States will continue your fight, will reflect your democratic values, and will have your courage to lead. Thank you.
Come on, we can do better than that? Good. All right. candidates for the DNC committee, the Democratic National Committee. I would ask the candidates for your complete cooperation as we're under certain time constraints. Each candidate will be allotted 3 minutes for their remarks. We will strictly, the chair will strictly make sure you adhere to that time limit. Your cooperation is appreciated. In order for the remarks, how we decided this was by lottery before the convention. It is now my pleasure to present the candidates for the Democratic National Committee Man and Committee Woman. Jill Barkley, Diane Dank, and Troy Jackson. And Jill Barkley will be going first. Welcome, Jill. Welcome, Jill.
Hello, Maine Democrats. My name is Jill Barkley, and I am asking for your vote to Democrat National Committee Woman. To me, this is an ideal role because, as many of you know, if there is one thing I like more than being a Democrat, it is being a woman. Serving on the DNC has been a dream of mine for as long as I can remember. Being a representative from my beloved state of Maine to the DNC makes that dream even better. I'm thrilled to be here this weekend in a room full of people who share my democratic values. And I know this is true for my opponent, Diane Dank, who I respect and like very much. I always look forward to coming to convention because I consider it to be a family reunion. And this year, our family reunion is a little strange, like most family reunions can be. And that's because we've had some deep disagreements, which makes sense. We all care so deeply about this party and our shared values. And at the end of the day, we're still family. Regardless of whether you're feeling the burn or with her, there is no one I trust more than the people in this room. At the end of every day, I trust you with my rights as a woman, as a person struggling with student loan debt, as a member of Maine's shrinking middle class. And there is no one besides you I trust with my rights as a member of Maine's LGBT community. I moved here in 2004, which means the first campaign I worked on was Maine Won't Discriminate. It was a campaign for basic non-discrimination protections for LGBT people. And let's be clear, we as Democrats led and won that fight. I've personally devoted my time and energy into helping elect Democrats to office and helping to further and protect the rights of Maine's LGBT community. There are no two issues closer to my heart or, in my opinion, more intertwined. I'm fortunate to focus my passion for progressive values on recruiting, training, and supporting Democratic women to run for office by serving as the Executive Director of Emerge Maine. Committee woman, I pledge to continue to devote just as much passion and energy into our party and candidates up and down the ticket, because that's all I want to do, because you are my family. When the Democratic Party calls on me to serve, my answer is always yes. Whether it's working to win marriage equality, run for office myself, find the perfect candidate to increase the House majority, or help take back the Senate, or even convene the Portland Caucus, my answer is yes. And it's not because the job is ever easy. It's not. It's not because the work is glamorous. It isn't. You know that. It's because there is nothing I'd rather do than work every single day to further our shared democratic values. As Democrats, we stand up for and we are workers, teachers, LGBT people, students, healthcare providers, mental health advocates, seekers of social justice, defenders of our laws, protectors of our civil liberties, stewards of our environment, advocates, and activists. We're in this together no matter what. There's no one else I'd rather share a room or a party with than you. Despite our differences this weekend, I believe there is more that unites us than divides us. It's my privilege to address you all today at this exciting convention. I hope I can earn your vote and continue to work hard for you as your DNC woman. Thank you.
Speaker is Diane Dank. Can we hear it for Diane Dank?
Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you. I'm
Diane Dank. Is this too loud? I love Jill Barkley, so I know what a tough job you guys have. My Democratic roots started when I was a little girl growing up in Springfield, Illinois. And incidentally, in Springfield, Illinois, we send bad governors to the slammer. When I was in Springfield as a little girl, I heard the very profound words of a native son. And it wasn't Abe Lincoln, it was my father, Frank Dink. World War II vet, UAW guy, built tractors for 43 years, and he always said, don't waste your vote on Republicans. They don't look out for the little guys like me that carry a lunch bucket. And he and my mom added, you make your vote count and you make your life matter. So when I went to Loyola University of Chicago, I worked with kids from the projects. When I became a vice president at a brokerage, I set up paid training programs and scholarship funds for these same kids to help them. I was the chair of a homeless shelter on the South Side for poor women and children. I worked with the elderly, and I got very involved in Democratic campaigns. Late in my life, I switched careers and I became a special education teacher, something I still do in Kennebunk. I'm married to Roger Hansen, a wonderful man. We have 3 sons, 4 grandchildren, and 2 pups. And sadly, Roger cannot be here today. He suffers from dementia, but he said it was okay to tell this little story on him. A month ago, he was watching Donald Trump, and he said to me, I may be losing my mind, but I would never vote for that guy. As soon as he retired, we split for Maine in a blizzard, and one day he says to me, so what's your problem? And I said, my problem is there's 8 feet of snow in my driveway. Al Gore just lost an election. We live in bush country and we don't know a damn Democrat. And he says, do not worry, we'll find them or we'll make them. And we have done both. I chair the Kennebunk and Kennebunkport Democrats, and for the first time since the 1800s, Kennebunk is Democrat. I chaired the York County Democrats and got us out of the red and into the black fiscally. I've been on the Maine State Democrats for 8 years, and I chaired outreach and diversity. I worked on same-sex marriage, no on one, and same-day voter registration. I was on the Michaud and Obama finance teams. I'm an Emerge Maine graduate, a candidate for House District 9, and I'm secretary of the NAACP. I still am involved with homeless shelters. In fact, I also organize drives for homeless veterans, and there's nothing sadder than those 2 words. And I help with hospice and conservation. And for 5 years, I guarded your teeth on the Maine Board of Dental Examiners, and I was slated to be its chair, but the governor wouldn't reappoint me because I hurt his feelings with a letter to the editor. So let me be very clear about this. I am a strong, proud Bernie Sanders supporter. Me in my posters, I would have squished him. But I want to make this very clear. At the end of our convention in Philadelphia, I am working hard and smart and long and fervently for our candidate for the presidency. I don't just walk the walk, talk the talk, I walk the walk. I'm a workhorse, not a show pony. I would like to earn your vote. I believe I've made my vote matter and my life count, and I hope I can count on your support as DNC committee woman. Thank you.
The final candidate for DNC is Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson!
Well, thank you, everyone. It's a real honor to be here.
I do want to thank you for your support for DNC. I want to tell you that I've had the good fortune of running unopposed, but I still take it as something that you have to work for, and I really want to do the best I can at this job. I got to say that I got issues with the DNC. But that being said, I'm going to work hard during this term, if you elect me, to try and change those things from the inside. That's why I want to work, why I want to get elected again. But that being said, one of the things I'd really like to talk to you about is something that we don't hear as much. I mean, we've heard about it, but we haven't heard as much about it. And it's actually the minimum wage campaign that's going to go on in this summer and this fall. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I served 12 years in the Maine legislature, 10 of it on the Labor Committee, which had jurisdiction over minimum wage. And that issue has come up time and time again. And I've seen the faces of the lobbyists time and time again who fought to make sure that not even a quarter was given to single moms, elderly people, people that needed it the most. Every time they were there to push back against giving just a quarter of these people year after year. So what did the people do? Just like he's hearing with this DNC superdelegate stuff, the people had to do something to change it because they didn't feel the legislature was giving them what they needed. So they went out and got a referendum, and now it's coming up in the ballot in November, and it's going to put minimum wage out there. And people that haven't had a raise in over 8 years are going to get a chance. And I know what they're going to say. They're going to tell you that it's going to kill people, it's going to kill businesses, that you're not going to be able to do it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they had their shot to give people 50 cents. They had their shot to give people an hour. It's not our fault. It's not those low-wage workers' fault that they're going to have a wage that's much higher than what they could have got if the industry lobbyists would have worked for it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to vote on November, and what you're going to hear is that they don't want it. They said that they offered them too much already. They already offered $10, and that was rejected. And that's not true. They tried to do that. They wanted to confuse people, and they wanted to make it so the referendum would fail. But ladies and gentlemen, $15,600 a year is what you get for a 40-hour work week in Maine if you're working minimum wage. And that is not enough for anyone. I know this is unorthodox, but I think it's important enough to bring it up that we have to get out and work for this referendum coming up in November. There's a group of people, Mainers for a fair wage. They're going to be asking for your support. You're going to have to push back against all the crap that they're going to try and do because the lobby has got the money to put the advertisements, put the newspaper clippings in. And on the other side, who do you have? You have poor people. You have people that don't have enough to get by. They don't have enough to put the oil in the tank. So let's make sure that we work like crazy Democrats to make sure that that referendum passes this fall, because honest to God, I don't think there's anything we can do that would be more important. Thank you very much.
Well, folks, I think we're very proud about who we got running for the DNC candidates. One more round of applause for all three of them. I am pleased to introduce Peggy Schaefer of Kennebec County, Vice Chair of the Maine Democratic Party. I am once again pleased to introduce Peggy Schaefer, I thought it wasn't clear the last time, of Kennebec County, Chair of the Maine Democratic Party. I'm so close to being able to sing 16 county party.
our state.
Pursuant to the rules, I am pleased to announce that the Maine Democratic Party hereby calls the 16 county caucuses to meet at noon today, May 6th and 7th in Portland for the following purposes: to elect delegates and alternates to the National Convention, to nominate presidential electors, to nominate national committee members, to be done with regard to gender balance according to the Democratic National Committee rules, box lunches, this is important, for those of you in Cumberland, Hancock, Lincoln, Piscataqua, Saginaw, and Waldo County who prepaid will be available after the remarks of the presidential campaigns in concession area P, the shipyard stand. All other counties who will be caucusing at the Holiday Inn will pick up your box lunch there. I'm supposed to repeat that. So, box lunches for you in Cumberland, Hancock, Lincoln, Piscataqua, Saginaw, and Waldo counties, who, for those who prepaid for their lunches, will be available after the remarks of the presidential campaigns in concession area P, which is the shipyard stand. All other counties who will be caucusing at the Holiday Inn will pick up their lunch there. Please be prepared to show your credential, which is your lunch selection, printed on it when the volunteers distribute the food. The concession stands will be open for other food selections as well. Your caucuses will start promptly at 1:30. It is important that you arrive to your caucus location early so you can participate. Caucus locations are in your program booklet. So again, caucus will start promptly at 1:30 and your caucus location is in the program booklet. 1:30. Thank you.
Acknowledging somebody from Fox News apparently got in here. And that's where I usually hear that kind of uncivilized abuse. The question, though, I want to begin with is, respect for democracy and the voice of the people by trying to shout down people with whom you disagree? I don't think much of that as a tactic. And I want to begin by noting that I am in the presence of one of the colleagues with whom I most agreed and whose colleagueship meant the most to me, Shelley Pinckney. I just want you to make sure you understand that there has not been an issue of importance to progressives that has come before the United States House of Representatives since 2009 where Shelley has not been a leader and she's one of the most respected members. So thank you for continuing her service. And when she is joined by Emily Kane, Maine will be as well represented in the House of Representatives as any state in the history of America. The assignment here is to speak in favor of Hillary Clinton, which I am glad to do. But I want to make it very clear. I am not speaking in favor of Hillary Clinton as opposed to Bernie Sanders for two reasons. First of all, that decision has already been made by people in Maine, and it is not the one before you. Secondly, I sincerely doubt that there is a person within the sound of my voice
who was undecided on that question or whose opinion on the question would be in the slightest influence by what I say. And I will take pride in saying that I have tried to differentiate myself from many of my political colleagues by trying hard not to say things that will make absolutely no difference to the people who are listening. I wish more of my colleagues follow that example. What I do want to say is that the case is important for voting, as others have said, for the Democratic nominee. Now, I should be very clear. I expect, given the way things have gone, that Hillary Clinton will be the nominee. So in other words, you are proving a prediction of a fact. That's a very odd expression. Secondly, it is I am very clear. If Bernie Sanders is the nominee, I will, as I've said all along, I will campaign very hard for him. I do believe that at this point, the way things have worked out, I'm probably not going to be invited to have a seat on the campaign plane, but I will do whatever I can in my own way to support him, as I have worked with him over time. My point today is to make the case for people who have been supportive of Bernie Sanders to vote for Hillary Clinton if she is the nominee. And it has two aspects. First is the positive side. That is the issues that are at stake. Let's begin with the United States Supreme Court. One of the issues that Senator Sanders has stressed the most, perfectly, legitimately, is the need to change the campaign finance system. Nothing along that line is possible until we get a fifth Supreme Court justice ready to overturn not just Citizens United, but a whole set of other decisions that went in that way. By the way, the people who have been critical of past Democratic presidents, there are 4 votes now on the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn that set of decisions that let money totally flood the system. 2 of those were appointed by Bill Clinton and 2 were appointed by Barack Obama. And we now have the opportunity for the 5th to be appointed by a Democratic president. So let's be very clear. Doing anything to retard the election of a Democratic president, to doing anything that makes it likelier that Donald Trump becomes president, guarantees that the campaign finance system will be unchanged for at least the next 4 years. You simply cannot, by legislation, change it. I've been working very hard to do that. There are a couple of other areas that are very important, where the Supreme Court is deeply divided right now. One is the question of the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Obviously, something particularly important to me. I am here in 2 capacities. The lesser is as the advocate for Hillary Clinton. The more important, the one that got me here in the first place, is as the spouse of my husband, the delegate Jim Reddy from York County. While the Supreme Court is not going to overturn the fundamental decision that recognizes our rights to marry people whom we love of the same sex, the danger is that they will use the Religious Freedom Restoration Act that had previously been adopted for other purposes to give people who are opposed to our being able to marry someone of our own sex the right to discriminate against us. The question of whether or not people will be able to invoke their religion to deny fair treatment to same-sex couples will be very much before the next Supreme Court. And once again, if the Democratic presidential candidate can win and elect and name the nominee, we are protected in that regard. Otherwise, we are not. There is a Supreme Court decision of 4-4 that protected the rights of public employee unions to require employees to pay the fee that pays for the collective bargaining they do. If Donald Trump is the president, then the Supreme Court will vote to take that right away from public employee unions, weakening not just the public employee unions' right to stand up for their own workers and members, but their ability to be a force in the community for a higher level of public service, which they do such a good job of providing. That one would also be decided against what every progressive wants to see. There's a debate that's gone to the court about the right of the president to prevent the deportation of millions of immigrants. The court is probably divided 4-4 on that. And the question of protecting the right of a president to do that, well, let's put it this way. If Donald Trump is the president, protecting the president's right not to deport people would be fairly moot, because he would be interested in deporting people. But it would be an important protection if you have a Democratic president willing to do that. There are a range of other issues where the Supreme Court is divided 4-4. That is one of the reasons why so many of the groups that are important to the Democratic Party morally, even more than politically, the last one I forgot is the voting rights. The 5-4 right-wing majority gutted the Voting Rights Act. We are now 4-4 to restore it. A Democratic president appoints someone to restore the Voting Rights Act. So on those issues, talk about increasing and defending our democracy, protecting the voting rights and curtailing campaign finance. It's entirely dependent on electing a Democratic president. That's the issue. Beyond that, the question of climate change. Do you have a president, Hillary Clinton, if she's a nominee, who wants to go forward with efforts to deal with climate change? Or do you want Donald Trump, who denies that it exists? I understand fracking. Let me say this. The question is fracking, and some people here will disagree on fracking. The question is, do rational, civilized, mature people allow a difference on one aspect of this issue to have them sit out an election in which the fundamental issue is at stake? The question is, because you disagree on if you disagree, and now this is a question of how you get change done in a democracy of our size. If you disagree on one particular aspect of a complex, I'm sorry, what is it about the concept of allowing the speaker to speak that offends you? What is it about your commitment to democracy? Why is your commitment to democracy so incomplete? I must say I was disturbed to notice that before during the debate on some of the amendments, when there was heckling and overriding speakers of one position but not of the other. I commend the chairman of the convention for not allowing that. That shouldn't be hard. That shouldn't be hard. I mean, by the way, thank you. So the question is, do you demand perfection from a candidate as a condition of supporting her? Let me make a concession. I do not think that Hillary Clinton is a perfect candidate, and I understand several of us here in this room have this experience. Most of you don't. I once voted for a candidate who I knew to be perfect. By the time I ran for re-election, that wasn't true anymore. Alphon will tell you the same thing. But I looked closely at my record and that of my opponent, and I decided, you know what? Even with that little imperfection, I'm better. So I voted for me anyway. The rational approach in a democracy is to do two things. You work hard to influence the candidate of your party or of your general tendency to be as good as possible. And, well, the people are divided, sir. There is no one candidate of the people. That only happens in a situation where there's no democracy. In a democracy, there are at least two candidates of the people, or you don't have democracy in an election. What's the matter with you? So, the question then is exactly that. You've worked very hard to influence people during the campaign, and then on the given day of the election, you make your choice. And the day after the election, having made your choice, you continue your lobbying. It is always us. I have never seen a perfect candidate for any office. Maybe there are people here who agree with Senator Sanders on every single issue. I would be surprised. I would think there would be people here who would vote for him and then try to influence him in other ways. That's the rational way to go. Especially, and I would say, when you look at Donald Trump. I mean, did people in Maine not learn from the twice election of Pearl LePage? Were Libby Mitchell and Mike Michaud perfect on everything? I admire Mike very much. I served with him. I had a couple of differences with him. Jim voted for him. I campaigned for him. I'm told that people feel passionately. I do too. Passion is a very important thing. I felt passionately, I'll tell you this, I felt passionately about politics since at least 1964 when I went to Mississippi for the Freedom Democratic Summer. And I felt passionate in 72 when I introduced the first gay rights bill in the history of Massachusetts and the first bill to legalize the smoking of marijuana. And I felt passionately in the early 80s when I was one of the leaders in trying to prevent Ronald Reagan from doing away with basic rights of poor people. And I'm very proud that I'm the one who said in 1981 of the Reagan budget, as he tried to knock out funds for women's, infant, children's program and poor kids in general and nutrition program, that he apparently believed that from the standpoint of the federal government, conception began at life began at conception, but ended at birth. I think frankly that was amazing. And I was passionate in 87 when I became the first member of Congress voluntarily to acknowledge being gay. That's all. And in the 90s, when I began questioning Alan Greenspan about inequality and denouncing the increase in it. And when Newt Gingrich became Speaker and I was designated by the Democratic leadership to be one of the leaders in the Democrats in fighting their agenda. And the problem was, frankly, many of my Democratic colleagues were somewhat demoralized because for many of them, they were in the minority for the first time. And someone said to me, well, how come being in the minority doesn't have such a negative effect on you? My answer was, look, I'm a gay left-handed Jew. I've been in the minority all my life. And I was passionate about it. And then I was passionate in 98 when I was a leader in fighting impeachment. And by the way, I want to cite one thing about the impeachment. I asked you to go look at my questioning of Kenneth Starr. When I asked him, because this is relevant to the smear campaigns that Republicans in general have done against Hillary Clinton, I asked him, yes, you said the president should be impeached because of Monica Lewinsky. What about Whitewater? What about the FBI files? What about the travel office? What about every other accusation that's been made against Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton? And he said there was nothing negative about either of them on any case. By the way, he made his negative recommendation before the congressional election, and he made his acknowledgement that there was nothing there afterwards. I asked him at one point, at what date did you exonerate the Clintons on the question of the travel office. He said, I can't give you a date. I get a little belligerent. I said, why not? He said, well, I can't give you a date when they were exonerated because there was never anything that implicated them in the first place. I want to address that because one of the things you're going to hear is, oh, there were these Hillary Clinton scandals. Yeah, I have a little bit of mathematical ability, not a lot. 8 times 0 is 0. Look at the accusations. Every one of the accusations made during the Clinton administration is Kenneth Starr repudiated. Then we have Benghazi, when they spent 11 hours and wound up complaining that she spent one night home alone. We have the emails, and she acknowledged the mistake. None of the emails, nothing has come out that was any way negative, and I admire that Senator Sanders originally said that was a non-issue, and it's proven to be one. These right-wings, I ask you, when people talk about these scandals, where is it? There is nothing there. There is no substance. We go back to the issue. A woman's right to choose. The right not just of public employee unions, but of other unions. I acknowledge there are some issues where many of the people here think Hillary Clinton does not go far enough and doesn't go as far as Bernie Sanders. But this is a critical point for a November election. The differences between them are how far, and even more, I would say, what are the methods? How politically do you go in one direction? But the question on the other side is, should you go in the exact opposite direction? On every issue where there are differences between Senator Sanders and Hillary Clinton over how far to go in one direction, Donald Trump would go very fast in the opposite direction. How does it make sense to be in favor of going in the opposite direction as a way to get further along than you might otherwise get? And the last point I will address on there were 2 on the negative. The other one is, well, what about Secretary Clinton and the financial community? First of all, I hope people will go back and read in the newspaper, it was the front page of the New York Times a couple of days ago, the announcement of the decision by the Consumer Financial Protection Board to outlaw contracts that banks impose on their depositors that prevent them from suing and require them to engage in a form of arbitration, which is a great ripoff of consumers. And that was done by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau under the law that we passed in 2009-2010. It's the law that, just say this one time, we call Dodd-Frank. I don't call it that because the problem is that when you refer to yourself in the third person, you look like a pompous twit. I know some politicians do it. I try to avoid that particular mistake. But here's the deal. Let's look at Hillary Clinton. The question is, well, she's taken money from the financial community. By the way, I have a confession. Me too. I have taken money from the financial community while doing things that they dislike. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is an example. After she left the State Department, when she had no role in all this, the question came up in the House when some Democrats joined the Republicans in proposing to cut back on the financial autonomy of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And we were worried about that. And among other things, Hillary Clinton sent an email to every Democratic member of Congress saying, don't do that. So that was the #1 legislative goal, a few months ago, of the financial industry. And Hillary Clinton spoke out energetically against it. When Barack Obama was kind of coerced into signing a bill that rolled back one piece of our financial reform bill involving derivatives because they held him hostage in the budget, Hillary Clinton spoke out and said, don't do that again, along with Elizabeth Warren and Nancy Pelosi. And that has led to a situation now. So I tell people, I want to change the rules so that you don't have the current financing. But I will tell you this, I do not think unilateral financial contribution disarmament will help Democrats. I do not think telling Democrats who are under siege that they should not accept any money from people who they might disagree with, because that's going to guarantee more and more Republicans. But I'll go back to this. Look at the record. I do not think anyone can point to any decision by Hillary Clinton in any way influenced by her accepting the funding. And that's the key issue. And as I said, ad I saw, it said, look, Goldman Sachs wasn't punished enough, and there was speaking fees. I have to say something that may be abstruse constitutional theory. I hope you bear with me. The Secretary of State of your federal government has no role in deciding whether or not to prosecute securities firms. The questions about how to prosecute those firms happened when she was Secretary of State and a private citizen. Now, there was legitimate debate about the Obama administration. It was up to them. I don't think it's fair to criticize the president for that, but let's be very clear. Any complaint about the failure actively to criminally prosecute or to get more money out of the financial institution has nothing to do with Hillary Clinton. She was in no way involved in any of that. What she has done since being Secretary of State on 2 occasions was to speak out in Congress to help us fight efforts to undercut things. So I think and now I'm just going to close with this. Religion is not out of place, even from there. It shouldn't be disruptive, though. That's one of the things we're trying to deal with the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. But and I apologize for subjecting you to disagreement. One last point I want to make is this, and there is this argument that things have been done. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, I will go back to what I want to say. I have a time limit, so I can't listen to a speech. I can answer the question. Yeah, I do not support free tuition for everybody. I wish we could raise taxes. I voted for it. I don't think we have the support for it. But I am for increasing funding at the public universities so that you make it possible for people who are not rich to do it. I do not think a totally free tuition is a good use of resources. But here's the other issue. And as to fracking, here's what I said. I do not understand how anybody could decide that unless someone is in full agreement on a complete ban on fracking, that you're not going to vote for her, even though on every other aspect of the climate change issue, she's on the right side. I'm not here to defend everything that Hillary Clinton or anybody else has said. This is a question you're going to have in November. Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, if she's the nominee. And fracking, yeah, it will be one thing you might not agree with. But you're going to, if you don't like fracking, do you help Donald Trump get elected? The last point is this. And there is one perception, and I want to address it. Somehow things are unfair, and somebody even said earlier, Hillary Clinton is only winning because things are a little rigged. Well, here's the facts. I have never been a fan of superdelegates. I'm also not a fan of caucuses. I congratulate the Maine Democrats for getting rid of caucuses. In fact, and by every standard that we use to criticize the Republican voter suppression, caucuses don't do very well. And this is the fact. There have been 2 sets of contests this year. Bernie Sanders has won overwhelmingly the caucuses. Hillary Clinton has won most of the primaries. Now, those are just the numbers. As a result of that, Hillary Clinton, because she's won more of the primaries, where there was a bigger voter turnout, she has several million more votes than Bernie Sanders that were cast. Now, if you leave out the super delegates, Hillary Clinton has 300 and some odd more delegates than Bernie Sanders. If you follow the principle that was voted on today for the future of dividing the super delegates proportionally, that means about 55% of them go to Hillary Clinton and 45% to Bernie Sanders. Not as much of a proportion. But if either the super delegates were not allowed to vote at all, or the super delegates were divided proportionally to the pledged delegates, Hillary Clinton's lead would be about the same. Now, it may be that Senator Sanders will overcome that. If he does, I'll support him as the nominee. But if Hillary Clinton was allowed, if Hillary Clinton wins on the pledged delegate side, without regard to superdelegates or with the proportional division of superdelegates, there really is no argument that it's illegitimate, and then you get down to the merits. So, and again, the number of votes cast, overwhelmingly, Hillary Clinton, in fact, is more than Donald Trump, and more than Bernie Sanders, because he was winning the caucuses on the whole, and she was winning the primaries. Now, that doesn't mean people shouldn't try to change it. Personally, I would like to see both the reduction in superdelegates and the proportional requirement, but also diminishing the caucuses. I wish we had primaries for everybody. That's the way to go forward. But let's be very clear. Nothing about superdelegates is going to affect this outcome. And I will, if Senator Sanders were to get a majority of the pledged delegates without the superdelegates, I'd be supporting him for the nomination. If that doesn't happen, though, then it does seem to me people have forfeited the right to say, oh, it was unfair. And what was unfair about it? Wait, one heckler at a time. Yes, sir. All right. The suggestion was voter for New York. Nonsense. There was a problem in one, by the way, even if New York's votes are out, Hillary Clinton is way ahead in both votes. And I'm sorry, one heckler at a time, sir. Is that too hard to address? In other words, somebody asks me a question, I try to answer it, and you want to interrupt the answer. The fact is that even if you put New York out, Hillary Clinton has many more votes and many more pledged delegates. Secondly, what you had was a problem in New York with registration in one county, in Brooklyn, Kings County, and it has no showing that it's affected one candidate more than the other. The argument about the machines switching votes is conspiratorial nonsense. There is absolutely, and I have to say that I think we have an obligation to speak out against left-wing conspiratorial nonsense as much as right-wing conspiratorial. No one has suggested. What happened was some people's registrations were canceled with no sign that they were people on either side. But I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish whether you like it or not, and I'm going to speak. And again, I am troubled. Please, I haven't heard you. Some of you, most people are very well behaved. You're behind a candidate who you believe implements democracy, brings the people's voice. Why would you couple that with heckling and with interrupting speakers and with disrupting? Do you not understand how inconsistent that is and how that betrays your values? And by the way, I'm unfair to Bernie Sanders, because in my years of those are never tactics that he has employed. When I went up to Burlington and his request to do a fundraiser for him, I hope no bad money sneaked in, we didn't have any of this heckling. But here I'm going to close with a personal comment. To many of the Democrats who feel passionately about economic justice, and I share that, and I think I can demonstrate that with my record. But there are also people who care very much about LGBT rights, about the rights of African Americans, about the rights of Hispanics in particular facing deportation. People are entitled to their own views. The fact is that based on the history of the past 20 years, both in the United States House of Representatives and outside, all of the leaders of those groups, and most of the groups themselves, believe that Secretary Clinton will be a more effective advocate, not a difference in opinion, a more effective advocate of improvement. I don't expect that to change your vote about Clinton versus Sanders, but I would say to you this. When it comes down, if it comes down to Clinton versus Trump, the people in this room, to the supporters of Bernie Sanders, that believe is so passionate in social equality, are you going to disregard the passionate views of most of the LGBT voters? Are you going to disregard the deep conviction of the overwhelming majority of African Americans or of the Hispanic leaders? Because that's what's going to be on the ballot now. And I hope that when we are finished, the values that have so admirably motivated people here to be so active will include a commitment to do whatever can be done on that election day to continue to protect the rights of LGBT people, to continue to effectuate the fight against racism, to continue to make it possible to treat immigrants fairly. That's going to be an issue when it's Clinton versus Trump. And I hope that people here will understand that. Thank you.
We here today for party break. All right, so I have a couple announcements, and then we're going to move to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders? All right. So, one quick announcement. County caucuses will start at 2 p.m., not 1:30. I know the program booklet says 1. Just, take your marker, put 2, okay? It's 2 o'clock, okay? We're gonna reconvene at 5 o'clock, so you got 3 hours to do your work. We're not done yet because we're gonna hear from Bernie next, okay? But 2 o'clock, make sure you're there on time. If you want this train, which I'm driving, which you're part of, which you're directing me, to start on time at 5 o'clock, get there at 2 o'clock so our county caucuses can start. All right, what time? 2 o'clock. All right, now, we have former Governor John Baldacci on the floor. Can we see John Baldacci? Former Governor John Baldacci. Thank you, Governor, for all you do and continue to do for the state of Maine. Upgrades. Upgrades have been posted. If you haven't heard directly, there are television monitors outside for you to look at. If you don't see your name, please go ask someone. That has to happen before you get into your county caucus. So upgrades, please take care of that right away. Thank you for the announcements. We will now move on to who? What? Let's see it. Let's see those signs.
Sanders, and I approve this message.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Delina Mayocuera. I'm a delegate for Saginaw County. I live in Birmingham, Maine. I am very happy to be here today and be able to address you. I am an immigrant from Mexico. Mucho gusto de verlos a todos aquí. So I am a Bernie supporter, and I got here in 1999, and after living a few years in the United States, I saw a few things that shocked me, frankly, that I really wasn't expecting to find in the U.S. Just imagine for a minute that you go into a beautiful supermarket and you see all this choice, freedom and choice is that what this country is all about, right? And you see all these beautiful produce and all these beautiful meats and fish, and you walk up and down the aisles and you think, oh my God, what are the things that I can get here? And now think that you only have $7.25 in your pocket. How much of that choice goes away? How much of that freedom goes away? Where's our freedom when we can't afford food? Where's our freedom when we can't afford to go to the doctor suffer when we're sick. When our freedom, when we can't obtain the education we need in order to compete. Our freedoms need fighting right here at home. We don't need to send our young people to die to fight for our freedom. We don't have another 40 years when the future of our planet is at stake, when our health is at stake, when the future of our children is at stake. We need fighting now. In the United States in 2007 in order to vote. In order for my voice and my thoughts to be heard and to count, you all need to make your voices heard and count and make a better future for yourselves, for your kids, and for your grandkids. Maine Democratic Committeeman Troy Jackson.
I want to thank Representative Frank for his good words in support of his candidate. Maine Democrats, what will your role in history be? My name is Troy Jackson. I'm a former majority leader of the Maine State Senate, and I'm a member of the Democratic National Committee. Above all else, I'm a regular small-town person who spent my entire life in my political career well aware I don't really have a lot of control over what happens to me and my family because of political and economic factors we will never be able to influence. When I was 4 years old, my mother walked me down the street in New Milford, Connecticut and into a ballot booth where she cast the first ballot of her lifetime and voted for George McGovern. And I thought about those things just 8 years ago when I voted for the greatest American president of our era, Barack Obama. And ladies and gentlemen, I never believed I'd have the chance to vote for someone who speaks directly to me, my family, and our feelings and our fears. And that is why I'm supporting Bernie Sanders and why I'm proud to ask you as well. Let's be real. In the wake of the Great Recession, we were told Wall Street would be regulated, that their abuses of the American people would never again occur. We're going to hear for a long time about how meaningful legislation was passed in Congress during that time. But in reality, it wasn't meaningful. We can make excuses for how poorly Wall Street is regulated, but the truth is, in an economy with finite resources, too many of those resources are still in the hands of the 1%. So long as that continues, the middle class will continue to vanish. The truth is, there are still too many banks that are too big to fail. The truth is, Wall Street is still a place where bankers, stockbrokers, and hedge fund managers play games with people's lives while our country suffers for it. Can anyone here honestly look at another Democrat in the eye and say, yes, we immediately addressed Wall Street's greed and adequately regulated it? Of course we haven't. We need a president who will reinstate Glass-Steagall and ensure that Wall Street is reined in so it actually works for all of the American economy. Because until it does, it's going to fail us. We can't accept Wall Street status quo any longer. And Bernie Sanders is ready to change that. Let's be real. We need single-payer universal health care. Far too many people will lay their heads down tonight and stay awake trying to decide between their health care or accumulating enormous debt. That should never happen. It's shameful, and we can't accept it any longer in this country. And Bernie Sanders is ready to change that. Let's be real. Student debt is becoming a generational debt for more and more families. We can't afford to hinder our country's creativity and ingenuity by making education a 1,000-pound yoke around young people's necks. That's shameful, and we can't accept it any longer, and Bernie Sanders is ready to change that. And let's be real. When you have places across this country where folks can throw a match in the river and light it on fire, or hold a candle to the sink and watch the water burn, it's become all too clear that fracking has become a tragic mistake. It's shameful. We can't accept it any longer, and Bernie Sanders is ready to change that. Let's be real. When we have jobs right here in Maine, shipped overseas for the last 3 decades because of disastrous trade policies, we sure as hell don't need the Trans-Pacific Partnership. These trade agreements have benefited no one but the corporations paying pennies to impoverished foreign workers. These agreements are responsible for wage stagnation, inflation, and income inequality. That's unacceptable, and it's something that we should not tolerate in the Democratic Party, and Bernie Sanders is ready to change that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ready to change that. Tell me, Maine Democrats, are you ready to demand of the world that you want? Are you ready to change it? Now, I fear Donald Trump and his hate-filled dribble will be far more formidable in November than we expect unless we nominate a candidate who articulates an inspiring vision. We need a Democratic nominee who speaks to the concerns that Americans have, the challenges they face, and the pain that they've been through. People are discouraged, and they're ready to try something new, no matter who provides it. Let's make sure that when given a chance to change the course of our country, people are looking at Bernie Sanders' love and togetherness, not Donald Trump's hate and discontent. This primary is a good thing for the Democratic Party. I hope we take this race right into the national convention, because our party is growing stronger by the day, and longer it goes on. This will be the most important Democratic presidential primary of our lives. Not because of who the two candidates were, or how we like either of them. It's not even because of who the Republican opponents are. This primary will go down in history as a turning point, because it was a year that people began looking inward, self-reflected, and discussed what others had meant to be a Democrat. Because of Bernie Sanders' candidacy, we have an opportunity to strengthen the Democratic Party. With millions of disenfranchised independents who have long lost hope in either of the political parties and aren't going to join us otherwise. We have the opportunity to strengthen the Democratic Party with young people who have been drawn to and inspired by it and are ready to lead throughout their lives because of his example. We have the opportunity to strengthen the Democratic Party with working class Republicans who are drawn to Bernie's honesty, and with libertarians who are ecstatic to see a candidate emerge who challenges traditional power structures. And, even more importantly, we now finally have a chance to welcome home millions of blue-collar working-class Democrats who have slowly left our party as they felt increasingly left behind by it in the era of NAFTA. Brothers and sisters, how do you build a party? You don't do it by hoping a majority magically appears. You do it by convincing people who didn't agree with you yesterday to agree with you today. Today, Bernie Sanders is convincing Americans from many ideologies that the Democratic Party and its progressive values are the way of the future. He may be a relatively new Democrat, but he has brought more progressives into the fold and convinced them to join us than anyone that I have ever met. The economy is recovering, and we're glad for that. But at the same time, this new economy is leaving millions up behind. We can talk about how strong the stock market is, or how low the unemployment rate has gotten, but it rings hollow to most Americans, who not only feel they're not doing well, they see these things as getting worse for them. Donald Trump has everything wrong, and the staunchest Sanders supporters know that Secretary Clinton has almost everything right. But they both have it wrong when they argue about his slogan, "Make America Great Again." Secretary Clinton says, "America's already great." Both of these sentiments are missing the point. We need to stop worrying about the great America and start acknowledging the need for a better America. Because it became fairer, happier, a more secure place to live. Can we honestly look at each other and say that right now? Inequality is resurging and growing stronger by the day, and nothing is worse than inequality. So how do we do it? The only thing that we will ever achieve this progressive future we desire is you. All of you in this room, all of you across America have decided that the old way of doing things isn't working anymore, and that everything has to change. You have decided to put more faith in yourselves and each other than you do in the broken political institutions. You have decided what you feel in your heart, that is what you see with your eyes. You've decided that you're not going to be told any longer you can't have the future you want. You've decided that what we need isn't a presidential candidacy, but it's a movement. And you've accepted the fact that in this broken political system, millions of people join together across the country to demand health care, to demand Wall Street regulation, to demand protecting the environment, to demand taking money out of politics, to demand an end to inequality in all its forms, that represents a better chance to actually make it happen than any one person's experience and competency ever will. This is a political revolution, and Bernie is ready to lead us. Satisfaction in living in a world with all these ideals we share. But this is why I care about doing my part here today. You see, when you read through history, you read the story of rulers who were power hungry and warlike. In the ages of kings and emperors, they thrived on reaching the height of their power as more and more people would bend to their influence. They exploited and even hurt all they needed to in pursuit of more and more, the insatiable greed for more. And we were often told that these kings are long gone, and that these days of democracy and equality. Friends, I'm sorry to say that's not true. The kings and emperors who exploited are not without modern day successors. Our age of enlightenment may have meant at the end of actual kings, but that does not mean there have not been others there to fill their role. In our day, these sorts of people content their less to conquer with political power, money, and influence. Or once they sought to be kings and emperors, they now seek to be presidents and senators. Or once their armies came from conscription, they now come from Wall Street. Or once their practice was on the battlefields, it is today in the boardrooms in Washington, the state capitol, and all those places where decisions of the powerful are made. The only thing that has not changed is that we are expected to accept it. And I won't accept this continuation of this. I won't accept that our children and grandchildren will never be free from this feudal way of life. We are meant to live our lives happily and securely. So I'll end by asking you, what role in history will you be? We've been told that we can't have the country we want because the hurdles on the path to it are too great. The Labour leader James Larkin said, "The great only appear great because we are on our knees." So let's rise. And it's changing it all for the better. We are marching hand in hand down the road to the country we deserve. We're ascending the mountain of the great challenges before our nation. We're helping each other over the burdens and stagnation that blocks our path. And when we get to where we're going, when we crest the peak that has so long impaired our view of the promised land, in our dreams, we will finally live in the Bernie Sanders world, the better world that we all deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you! What Delina and Troy said. Thank you. No, this is a great honor. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak in front of you today. I am a drummer in a rock band. I normally do that a lot. And I'm not a professional speaker like Troy, and Delina, amazing things she said. How many of you were here yesterday at the beginning of the opening remarks of the thing? We call the convention. I was kind of moved by something that Jerry Connolly Jr. said in his opening remarks. He talked a lot about being raised in a large family with 12 children, how his father was a long-standing, well-regarded senator in the state of Maine, and how the values of the Democratic Party were distilled to him from his father. And does anyone recall the sentence he used, the saying that his father said? "The rising tide lifts all boats." I have no idea of Mr. Connolly's personal leanings politically, but I could not help thinking that he must surely be talking about Bernie Sanders.
But seriously, I can't think of another candidate in my political life and on the political landscape today whose tide is more rising. I mean, this is a political revolution, and everything Troy said is exactly right. I remember he said something about the land of Bernie. I've come from the land of Bernie Sanders, and part of the reason I'm here today, and part of the reason the Sanders campaign got asked me to talk is because I was a long time. My band Fish started in 1983 in Burlington, Vermont, and for 23 years I was a resident of Vermont. I've been a long time Bernie Sanders supporter. I voted for him in every election that he ran in, and I wanted to share a little bit about why he has earned my trust and respect and loyalty over so many years. One of the main issues when he was first running in Burlington was there was a fight over the waterfront. At the time, IBM was the large corporate entity, the largest employer in the town at the time, and they wanted to build a large executive corporate housing down on the waterfront, right you stand on the top of Main Street in Burlington, at the top of the hill, you look down, there's this amazing sort of tunnel through the trees of the street. You look out and you see the lake and the sunset over the Adirondacks. It's a really beautiful site that the whole city really values. And they wanted to put housing right there. And Sanders adamantly stood up and said, no, this is the public's space. This is something that should be for everybody. There should be a park here, the bike path should connect through here, and there should be... and today, that is exactly what it is. The Leahy Center is an education center that's, hands-on for kids, and themed around the lake is down there. There's a public boathouse, boats are moored there. All the Jazz Fest and all the festivals, food festivals and things, all happen down there on that waterfront. And it's like the little mini Central Park of Burlington, Vermont. And the point I'm trying to make is not so much that Bernie saved the waterfront, yay, wonderful, he saved the waterfront. But for me, what that showed more than anything is the essence of his leadership style, which can be summed up in one word: supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. Foresight. This is a man that for 33 years that I have been observing his political career and participating in it and supporting it, has time and time again exhibited the foresight, not hindsight, not leading by hindsight, but the foresight to understand this is and we all know the issues at this point. We're very aware where everybody stands on Iraq and NAFTA, the bank regulation, deregulation, and all that stuff. And pretty much at this point, both candidates, where their positions are on it right now, it's arguable whether they're that far off from each other. They're both Democrats. They both have a little, maybe a liberal lean. I don't know. I mean, if you can take everybody at their word, then you could assume that they're pretty much on the same page. However, for me, the main difference is how they got to that position. It is foresight and good judgment that brought Bernie to these issues. And he stood against Iraq before it was popular. He understood that NAFTA would be a disaster to the working people of America before people who later supported it later said, yeah, that was a mistake. Maybe, I don't know how many of you see this in the films on Facebook or whatever going around of him back in the 90s taking Alan Greenspan, who at the time, I remember Fish's business manager. I remember having a conversation with Bert at one point, saying, well, what do you think about Alan Greenspan? And he, being a guy in like the money world, the business world, he's a revered person. You know, this guy is one of the most brilliant, people that's ever run our treasury, And everybody thought that at the time. And at that time, Sanders was sitting down and taking him to task, saying, don't you think some of these deregulations are a bad idea? Don't you think this stuff is going to screw everybody? And in that condescending way, Greenspan, we got it under control. Well, okay, and then fast forward 20 years later, or whatever it was, and you got Chuck Schumer holding him. Do you now want to admit, Mr. Greenspan, that maybe we're okay? And he's sheepishly kind of standing there going, we were wrong. Okay, so Bernie called that, 15 years in advance? All right? All right, I'm rambling. All right, but seriously, I want a candidate who recognized the importance of these things well in advance. A candidate who recognized the importance of gay rights back in 1983. 1983. Defending adamantly the people of Burlington's right. I was there when that happened. He was out on the streets saying, the gay community has the right to have their first march and to express themselves, and there were so many dissenting voices. That was considered political suicide at the time. It wasn't just unpopular. He was so far ahead of the curve. And he's been this way the whole time. And even now, the positions that he's taken on the TVP and Citizens United, they call him a one-issue candidate, but that's the issue from which all other issues flow. And he's ahead of that curve too, and that's exemplified in the fact that even Hillary Clinton has come to his side on that. She's got, at first fully supporting the TVP, backing down on that. Not saying a word about Citizens United until the last town hall, where she kind of said, okay, So this is the kind of gravity that his foresight has, even in the present day. A rising tide lifts all boats. Right? Almost all the new Democrats that have registered have come to the party because of Bernie Sanders. Raised record-breaking amounts of money without a single dime from large corporate interests. Record-breaking crowds have turned out for his rallies, despite the fact that the media has essentially downplayed him and ignored him. And let's be frank. He has been hampered practically every step of the way by the establishment of the Democratic Party, yet still the tide is rising. The Democratic Party establishment has had 8 years setting their sights on Hillary Clinton becoming the next presidential nominee, and this is evidenced by the fact that the vast majority of superdelegates in the Democratic National Party were aligned behind Hillary Clinton before anybody else even entered the race. This is a country founded on the rejection of the ideas of royalty, succession, and entitlement. Yet the Democratic Party establishment is ignoring the tide rising within it, outside it, and all around it by continuing to insist that Secretary Clinton's ascension is inevitable. In all the primaries that are open and transparent, and I beg to differ with Mr. Frank. And when independents are allowed to participate, he wins by landslides. When people are allowed to register fairly close to the voting day, he tends to win. So, Democrats have had 8 years to set their sights on Hillary becoming the next president. But as my friend Peter texted me the day that Bernie announced that he was running for president, I have been waiting for this for 30 years. And 86% of the state of Vermont apparently agrees with me, probably because they too have had similar experiences supporting him over the years as well. In closing, I just want to say, look, all I want is for the whole country to get to experience what I did as a resident of Burlington during his time as mayor. We were all so proud of him, and we were proud that we lived there. Not proud, cocky, or arrogant, but just the opposite. Proud that we chose as our representative and the leader of our community someone who is such a true public servant, who is so honest, who truly has empathy for everyone in the community, and who truly strives to live up to the ideals we all hope for in the person we elect. He did that and more because he led with honesty, integrity, good judgment, and foresight. That is what I want and what I believe we really need in a president. I think in Bernie Sanders we are being presented with an exquisite opportunity to improve the lot of everyone in this country from the bottom up. And I will continue to do everything I can. Oh, hold on. And just as Jerry Connolly's father tonight taught him, a rising tide lifts all boats, my father, who's here tonight, instilled in me that you never give up until it's over. I hope that we will all continue to support him in whatever way we can. Phone bank, knock on doors, whatever is still left to be done. You know, a lot of your friends in other states that are still left to vote. And donate, yeah, donate, yes, donate. And so now you've heard enough from me. And so we're going to hear from Bernie. And thank you very much.
Let me close by begging you to think big, not small. I want you to think of what this great country can be. We can be. And this is not utopian wishing. This is reality. We can be a nation which join other nations around the world in guaranteeing health care to all people as a right. We can be a nation in which working parents go to work. They know that their babies and their kids are in quality, affordable child care. We can be a nation in which every American, regardless of his or her income, can get a college education. We can be a nation, not where seniors today who are living on $12,000, $13,000 a year cannot afford their medicine or heat their homes. We can be a nation in which every senior lives out their lives in dignity and security. We can be a nation in where everyone, no matter their race, their religion, their disability, or their sexual orientation realizes the full promise of equality that is our birthright as Americans. Brothers and sisters, this is the nation we can create when we stand together and not let people divide us. We cannot be divided by black and white, by native born and by immigrant, by gay or straight, by male or female. They have unlimited sums of money. They own much of this country. They control much of the media. They are very powerful. But we have something that they do not have. We have a united people. And when divide us up. When we stand together, when we say enough is enough, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Thank you all very much.
For those of you in Cumberland, Hancock, Lincoln, Piscataqua, Sagahawk, and Waldo County who prepaid will be available at Concession Area P at the shipyard stand, all other counties. So if you're not from one of those counties I just listed, you are over at the Holiday Inn where you can pick up your prepaid lunch over there. Remember, caucuses start at 2 p.m. The quicker you get over there, the quicker they start at 2 p.m. We'll be back here at 5 to clear the stands with the delegate from Sagahawk. Bronwyn Tudor moves the convention. Stand at recess until 5 p.m. Is there a second? All those in favor say